I tried to silence the proof. Now I'm surrounded. I tried to bury the truth, but it came back louder. I tried to silence the proof. Now I'm surrounded. It's in my head. It's in my chest. It's in every breath I take. What I buried. You uncovered.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Midwest Dungeon Delvers. Oh my goodness. Hey everyone, welcome. Today's going to be a little different. So, typically, you would come in, you'd see Midwest Dungeon Delvers, and he'd be like, you know? And then we'd hop into a game and hop in and have a good old time. That's not what I decided to do for my birthday this year. No. Much like 10 years ago, I decided the greatest gift I could give myself on my birthday is actually to give myself a crap ton of work and make it to where other people have a good time. So today I have the bullet point timeline of our past 10 years of tabletop RPGs here in Midwest Dungeon Delvers. The entire Six Sword Saga timeline in bullet point form. That way, whenever mayhaps there be some people who visit in today, mayhaps we get some guests all the way from the first cycle, and they talk about, you know, how the games have affected them and all this other stuff. But to kind of get into that, I actually am going to go through everything that I kind of remember as the DM for this story and stuff, and then we'll call a few people, get them in, and have them gush about their favorite moments in the game and in the story. And when they do, I'll like pull up the slide that they're referring to in terms of like what age or like what arc. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to hit into some really confusing stuff. I hope you've got your beverage of choice, whether it be water, tea, or something more exciting. That is up to you. All I can say is I hope that you are as excited to learn a little bit more about the storyline that's been in my head for the past 10 years, and how it's affected not only me but those around me. So yeah, that's where we're at. Okay. So, without further delay, I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, the official timeline of the Six Sword Saga. 10 years of stories in Garland. So, thank you, Rose. The first cycle in the Six Sword Saga, aka the very first arc, happened 10 years ago today. This is not a picture of that very session, but this is a picture of during the first arc. Sadly, I wasn't able to get a photo of the very first session, and as you can see, this is a photo of about 10 years younger me running the game for my family in the living room of our home in which I grew up in. You can see behind me in the frame the couch that was essentially my bedroom. Because I did not grow up with a room. I had that little couch. That's what I slept on. So that's, yeah, we didn't have a lot of space growing up, and that's just where I was. That's how it was until I got to college. And 2016, January of 2016, I went under the knife for a surgery that the doctors were like, you need to have this surgery. And so I was like, oh, okay. 4 to 6 week recovery time was what I was told. And essentially, for the first good chunk of 2016, I was bedridden from recovering from that surgery, and I had nothing to do but watch D&D podcasts and create a world in my brain to not kill myself. So we're all good now. So it very first started with just me and my family. That's where it started, ladies and gentlemen. This whole thing started from me being so broken to a point where I was like, I don't want to be a burden anymore. I'm tired of this. But there's, a story in my brain that has kept me going through this crap. So why not go ahead and bring my family into it, One of the big things that I wanted, seeking out this whole hobby and everything, was I wanted my family to re-experience those joys of playing board games together. I don't know if any of you have had those nights where, you break out the Monopoly board, or you guys play Hearts or 10-Point Pitch, any other card games, all sorts of stuff that you can do and get into. And I just remember having such joy and love throughout the home during those times. You get upset every once in a while, I charge too much on rent on Monopoly or whatever. But at the end of the day, you were still with your family and you were still having fun, right? So I wanted to bring that back into my family life. Because my brother had moved out with his wife, and I had just returned from graduating college, the first in my family to do so right after high school. so that's kind of cool. And instead of like, getting started with my life and like doing the things that the majority of people would be doing at my age at that time, I was bedridden and feeling like a burden to my family. So I needed some way to bring some joy into their lives, so I didn't feel like my life was nothing but a burden to them. So here came the Six Sword Saga. I didn't know that we were going to call it that when we first started. You see, when we very first started, it was me as the DM, my mother as a human rogue, my father as an elven fighter, my brother as a Goliath barbarian, and my sister-in-law, the half-elf ranger of the group. The thing about that party dynamic, as you can clearly see, is there's no magic. There's like zero magic in there. The very first session, they were in what essentially became the journey from Othmere to Lukil. At the time, we were playing in 4th edition. That was what I got my start playing D&D in college. I had played 4th edition a couple of times. And I know a lot of people are like, 4th edition is not D&D, but that's where I got my start. And that's where we started too, It wasn't until the second arc, like really the second arc of the first cycle, that we got into 5th edition. Because it wasn't even out yet when we started. So I'm running 4th edition for my family. It took, because my mother and father already had their characters made. I had wanted essentially the 4th 10 years ago to be like, no, we're in a session, right? Like, we're not making characters, we're actually playing. That wasn't the case for a good majority of the time, because my brother and my sister-in-law had no idea about any of this in terms of like how to play, how to make characters, how to act, how to do any of this. And so it was very much like pulling teeth until the moment, because my sister-in-law doesn't like games for the most part. Board games, any sort of game thing where she has the potential to lose. She very much does not like that, and is I say this with all the love in the world. She is a very sore loser when it comes to board games and other stuff. So it was like pulling teeth trying to get her to make a character and like get invested and stuff like that. Until we were talking backstories, like what these characters were doing before all of this. And I kid you not, seeing my sister-in-law's face go from, oh my gosh, all right, we're just doing this to, I'm here because my husband's brother, it's his birthday, and so let's make him feel better, I watched her face go from that to, oh my gosh, this is actually pretty cool, when she realized she could do whatever in her backstory. And so she literally went from like, whatever, are the enchiladas done soon, to, can I be a princess? Yep. Yeah, you can. You're that excited about the prospect? Yes. I'll allow you to be a princess. Like, so we had that. It was a very short session. They fought some kobolds on the road, made their way to Luke Hill proper, and like really started exploring that stuff as time went on. We added another player by the name of Kit Nightblade, or Shota Ninja. You may have seen him in the chat and hanging out and stuff like that. He played Owen McRae during Source Code this past year, Season 1. Sadly, Kit Nightblade has stepped down. He is a little too busy at the moment. But we do have a special announcement for that slot being filled for Season 2. So do not worry. Kit Nightblade joined the party here in the first arc. And Kit, Shota Ninja, is my friend that I've had since I was 4 years old. He was a neighborhood friend. I remember going to his house to play N64, PlayStation, PC games, and he would come over to like play Super Nintendo, GameCube, and watch movies, because we had like a better surround sound system and stuff, because my dad had spent money on like a surround sound system back in the day. So it was cool to have him step in and be part of it, you know, because it was essentially like the familial brother who wasn't family had also come in at that time. And it was through Kit that I met Evodia, who also joined around this time. Kit and Evodia were really good friends when Kit moved. Like, I was in middle school when Kit moved from the neighborhood, and so he moved away and we kind of lost contact for a long time. And so like this campaign was this really cool way of like reconnecting and like coming back together, right? He had never played D&D. I did a one-on-one session with him just to get him into the world, and it was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful, and I can't wait. If he does make an appearance today, phenomenal. If he doesn't, that's okay too. So, in terms of storyline in this first arc, the thing that like set this like ending of the first arc, in my opinion, was when Evodia, Kit's player's friend, who really became the problem player at the table, because that's, you know, every table kind of has like that dynamic. At some point you're gonna find a individual who, you know, clashes with the other players, or isn't really taking the story as seriously as everybody else, or is just like trying to goof off. This guy thought he was so funny being Deadpool, you know, and I have nothing against him or anything, but just the behavior during this first arc was not really that great. It got a lot of story points like thrown out of whack and everything, but the party had like a favorite NPC that I had made for them, just as kind of like a helpful magic user, because again, the party dynamic zero magic. They didn't have magic until Evodia joined the party, Evodia being a warlock. So they had an NPC that I had given them to deal with the magic stuff, right? So if they needed to go investigate like something to do with magic, or needed to research something, they had this guy Morthos, right? And so he essentially was this, I'm not going to say he was a DM player character, because that's not true. You know, like, I don't like the idea of having DM player characters that like outshine or like steal spotlight or anything like that. I do like having characters that are deep and have like a huge tie to the story and the world, but aren't necessarily like, this is the quote main character, right? I don't like those stories. So as a result of some of the things that Evodia did in the first arc, Morthos had his cover blown as like this worshiper of Ioun, because at the time we were using 4th edition, and we were using the 4th edition deities and stuff like that. We were just ripping straight from the book, the like DM's guide and stuff like that, and I was running essentially my own version of Fallcrest, if anyone's familiar with that setting and stuff like that. When Dungeons and Dragons and Wizards of the Coast started doing their stuff of being like, anything tied to D&D, like, we can have a say in it or whatever, that's when I started changing the names of stuff and like twisting it to be its own thing, because I didn't want any of the stories, the characters, the stuff that we had told throughout the past 10 years to be, you know, just eaten up by Wizards of the Coast and all that other stuff. So what was once Fallcrest, and if you're familiar with that setting, then you know it's kind of a big city, it's kind of a big deal in that first area or whatever. We had that changed to Lukeil, right? And so Winterhaven became Othmere. So if you're familiar with that map and setting, then you would, oh, okay. So then the Maki Vale, right, is the, right, exactly. So Morthos had his cover blown by like a cult member. And so Morthos, the beloved NPC that the players had attached to, who kind of did magical research behind the scenes, made magical items for them, had a pet pseudo dragon. He was just an all-around cool dude. He was taken prisoner, publicly executed. And the party, of course, wanted to like try and save him, but it was very much apparent that Morthos was making this noble sacrifice so that they could maintain their cover within the city, still do sabotage work, and like, you know, I was trying to heal damage that players had done, and so I was like, well, there has to be consequences to actions, and so the biggest consequence that's going to affect the whole party and hopefully get them in gear and working together is to kill off the beloved NPC, right? That's not what happened. So magic shenanigans happened, ladies and gentlemen. The player who had caused a lot of those issues was feeling very much like he couldn't handle the player's vitriol that he was feeling around the table. And it wasn't like apparent. None of us were like outwardly like, oh man, he's at the table. Oh man, this sucks. Oh man, everything's worse now. It was in very subtle ways. Other players stopped including him in plans and plots because he would mess them up, or he would just act crazy, or he would just do something, right? So he wanted to get that feeling away. So he wanted to use magic, because he being a warlock, he wanted to use magic to get rid of a certain thing that we had set up in his backstory that he was using as like the creative fuel for him to be Deadpool, essentially, right? Like crazy like Deadpool. You know, here's something I haven't done. Why not? We should. Why not? We'll just throw this up. I haven't had these up in a while, so we'll just have these up for a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, we are sponsored by Ale House. Also ReachConf. You can go check them out. Alright, I've got to better. You can come meet me in Florida this November at ReachConf. No, alright. Magic shenanigans. He wanted to change his backstories to where he was never influenced by like a demonic presence, which was making him crazy and all this other stuff. The deity of the setting that he made the deal with, he did not turn around, and in his character's story, he did not turn and follow, right? So he ticked off that deity, who had like done all this magic and stuff to like rewrite history and make it to where he wasn't a crazy lunatic and demon possessed and all this other stuff, right? And then rather than like falling into faith with that individual, decided, you know what's gonna be the best solution? I'm gonna just worship a different deity. Which in the Six Sword Saga setting, the world, it's like the quote deities have a lot of power and say over the world. I wanted to make it to where it was like in the fantasy setting, typical, you know, like the good deities are beyond the divine gate, the evil deities are in the abyss or whatever, and then like the neutral ones, I wanted them to be like really powerful and present, right? Essentially, I wanted them to be like quote deities that had hid from the conflict between the good and the evil ones, and so they didn't really like die out in the conflict between the deities, and they didn't want to be sealed when the good deities were like, oh, we banished all the evil deities to the abyss, but it took too much out of the world, so now we have to seal our powers away behind the divine gate. And the neutral deities were just very much like, I don't feel like doing that. I feel like hanging out, still being able to manifest my avatar state and all this other stuff. So, blah. They did that. So it was one of the neutral deities that he made this deal with. So very powerful, very like present, right? That player then got shipped to Qatar as part of like military action. The party healed for the most part, right? They healed out of all these distractions and stuff. Morthos was back. That was part of the like magic deal the guy had made with the deity. was like Morthos would be back. No one would remember him dying. All this other stuff. Now, is that... One second. Nope. Okay, I'm pretty sure there we go. Yes, there we go. All right. Music. Snicklefritz was my brother's barbarian Goliath, right? And he right here, right? So we were on the way to his hometown because everyone was having trouble playing the whole like, well, we're aware the queen is evil, but not really, because our characters now don't remember any of that stuff because the magic, like, there was a lot of like shenanigans happening, and it was difficult for people who are not used to acting in different like levels of delusion, right? They weren't able to like mentally get over the hump of like, well, I still remember that all this crap happened. My character doesn't, but I still do, right? They couldn't separate character from player knowledge for the life of them. So I made it easier by having that deity that the dude refused to like worship and like made the deal with, had that deity come back, restore everybody's memories of like what had happened. And this happened on the way to Winterhaven, aka Othmere, Snicklefritz's hometown. Snicklefritz being my brother's barbarian Goliath. And if you watched Pineapple Express back in the day, then you would know where that's from. My brother very much was like, haha, Snicklefritz. Some new party members joined during this time. We had the Winterhaven Othmere arc, which is kind of dark. I mean, like, the first arc was kind of dark. Morthos dying and then coming back and then all this other stuff. Yeah. So, in this first arc, we had so much happen that then had to be remembered on the way to Winterhaven / Othmere. Morthos had told everyone in the first arc that if he died, to not bring him back. Because Morthos's backstory as a character and everything, which we've seen a little bit of in our source code season that we just got done, season 1 not too long ago. Due to his backstory, he was very much of the opinion that if he should die, he wanted to remain where he ended up. Because he didn't want to come back to the material plane, quote unquote. He just didn't want to do it. He would rather be with the deity that he worshipped, right? So when he was brought back, it was devastating for that character, right? And it set him on like kind of a darker path of trying to help the party, but also further his own goals the entire time. And because the setting is what it is, in my world, all of this fantasy stuff is taking place in a simulation, in a fake ones and zeros program in the future. because I, as a young lad, wanted to write a book, but I couldn't write fantasy for the life of me. I'd get the first chapter done, it'd be good in my opinion, I'd get the second and the third done, and then I'd know where I wanted the story to end, but I had no idea where I wanted the middle to go. Right? I didn't know what the journey was. Here was this beautiful opportunity as a grown individual to find that journey, right, through a fantasy world. Because I discovered at that age that I was better at writing sci-fi. It flowed better out of me. It worked better. It had cooler concepts that I was working with, like all this other stuff. So having the ability in my adult life to kind of like bridge the two and merge them into this setting, it was nice. So all this taking place in a sci-fi world, the fantasy characters purely unaware of this. The NPCs who are in the fantasy world are actual NPCs within the program called the Six Sword Saga, right? Morthos being one of them. His programming as a AI companion and NPC in the game is to help the party, whether it be crafting magical items, helping them with fast travel, helping them learn tutorials. Like, his job is to help the party. That's just the baseline of code within Morthos. Help party. So things start getting a little interesting later on with that concept in mind. We get Morn, who is a like high elf life cleric, so they finally get like some magic user. And we also gain Korn's Demon as a player during this time. And Korn's Demon played Malice, the Dark Elf Paladin. Phenomenal character, and ended up becoming very powerful in the series later on. Morthos being brought back, not the greatest of things to occur. Especially him being made aware that he was brought back from the death. It kind of broke the programming in him. And so, again, he went from just base programming line of help party to I now have to do whatever it takes to help party, right? Part of that was burning half of Othmere to the ground to stop a zombie outbreak and causing them to be fearful. As you see here, we have Kit Nightblade all up in gear. Korn's Demon, our good sir, with the Malice. And then my roommate at the time, he hopped in. And he started playing Reyes, the kind of like sneaky rogue assassin dude from the desert to the east. And so that was a lot of fun having him be involved. We moved on to the third arc. Thunderspire, Volsvagal, which I hadn't hit the party with a dragon yet. A lot of Dungeons and Dragons that I had thrown at them, but I had not hit them with a big dragon encounter yet, right? In the very first arc, we had the Kobold Manor, which had like a baby ice dragon at the end of it, which everyone, was fine and took care of it. that's also where they found the first sword, which became eventually the Swords of Power. I didn't know that's what they were going to be whenever he first found that sword. I just was like, hey, cool magic item I can give my dad in the first arc. It turned into more in that first arc in the like Luke Hill missions was where it fully became like there's 6 swords of power. They're all used for a certain purpose, and all that other good jazz. So by this point in the story, this is about the 3rd arc. The party is aware that these swords have power. They are aware of its importance. Morthos is guiding them through research to these locations. Thunderspire being a silver refinery taken over by Volsh Vagal, a adult black dragon. Volsh Vagal literally translates from Draconic to acid drinker. Right? I liked that, and so he's one of my favorite dragons I've ever created. During the Thunderspire arc, they have the Fire Sword, the sword my father had, which is Life Drinker or Necrotic or Death. They had the Earth Sword because of Korn's new character. After the Winterhaven arc, he played a different character. Malice and Morthos had like this really big clash of wills because of burning half of Othmere to the ground. And so he split from the party. That character split. Korn, of course, was like, I'll play a different character now, but that character I don't feel would be comfortable with the party after what it all happened. And again, this is me as the DM just like spitballing stuff that's happened 10 years ago, guys. And again, like when we have the guests come in and talk and stuff, they'll be able to have more of a say on what all occurred and happened. So while everyone is like messing around with Volshvagal, trying to find like another sword, trying to, you know, see what was what, Hansel, the like second in command to the queen, who was the person who killed Morthos in the execution in the first arc, he like takes the sword that Korn's character had and like swapped it with the sword that he had. So it was like, I'm switching the like earth element sword for the lightning one, right? Which changed the dynamic because each sword has its own like sentience and thought process and all this other stuff and gimmicks. They actually found 2 swords in Thunderspire, because they also found the Wind Sword, which was wielded by my mom's character's fiance, which the sword had taken over his body and all this other stuff. Yeah, it was dark. It was great. Everyone loved it. It was sad. It was beautiful. Everyone loved it. During this time, however, Morthos is replaced. The queen sent like a simulacrum disguised as someone else that the party knew, to like spy on them. When the party left, saw an opportunity, kidnapped Morthos and polymorphed into him. So now there was a simulacrum version of the evil queen telling the party where to go and what to do for a couple of arcs. They saw through it pretty quickly. But yeah. Next we moved to Mithrandain, or Tai Vivendi is what it became called later. This is where we introduced Gweeb and Kagan the Black Knife, Duke Kilhar, the Prince, Zatada, the corrupted priests of the Elven capital who had become greed demons and all this other stuff. It was revealed that my father's character, the elf fighter who became a gunslinger once we switched to 5th edition, he was the first person to make guns in the fantasy world. It was a thing. He actually, through circumstance and backstory and stuff, he actually was the next in line to become king of Mithrandain / Tai Vivendi. So that's how they got allies there. They took out Duke Kilhar. There was a revenant of Kelson Griddlebone after them. Like all this other stuff happened in Mithrandain. They have the majority of the swords. The only sword they did not have at the end of this arc was the one in Hansel's hands. So it was very much a plot of like, how are we going to get either him to join our side, or how are we going to get that sword from him, right? They eventually got Hansel to join their side, which was great. They returned to Lukiel with the Elven army. They destroyed Alande's magical device she was trying to make to cast a like mass charm person over the entire country. So everyone would be under her whim and thrall. They saved Morthos and Thuriel, the pseudo-dragon pet that Morthos has, and they returned the swords to where they belong. And this is kind of like where the rest of the cycles end. The placing of the swords is this like part of this ritual that determines the next set of AI, right? It's either they are foregoing their physical form and their ability to leave the simulation and to move into the sci-fi world and actually see what else is out there within the setting, or stay within the fantasy setting but gain the like powers of the deities, becoming one of the neutral gods in the setting, aka an AI of the simulation. And now all of that for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th cycle, like all of that is true. That's kind of where the story ends, is like returning to Lukiel. Not because that's where the actual fantasy story ends, but that's where a lot of party members and players just kind of stepped away. It was the moment in which they felt like their mission was accomplished. So I feel like that's probably the best like place to stop the story. That's not what happened in first cycle. So first cycle, I was like, I really like all the stuff that we're building up to. I like the setting. I like everything that we're doing. However, this is 4 years of meeting once a month for like 9 hours each time we meet. And people in the house are starting to get that itch to move away and to like move out. We end Six Swords Saga first cycle in 2020. And it was so fast-tracked. The back half of my like campaign and story that I wanted to tell got so fast-tracked because people were like, I'm moving out like next week, dude. We gotta end this, you know? So I was like, oh, okay, fine. Like, yeah, you use the swords. My idea for the actual campaign was this: during the whole like swords saga and getting the swords and placing them back, hint at the like big deletion code thing that, you know, if the party defeats them, they can escape to the real world and stuff like that. You know, I wanted there to be like a bigger thing than just get the swords, put them in the pedestals, you're good, you can now leave. I wanted there to be like, can you overcome the deletion code? Can you overcome domain? Can you overcome like all these other things to like get out? And that, you know, we had to fast track so much. I feel like it wasn't the best that it could have been, but people really enjoyed it. The individuals, to quote Ascend, because again, in the player character's mind, not the player's mind, in the player character's mind, they exist in this fantasy world that is reality. These deities have great sway, have great pull. So when offered the opportunity to become one themselves, most people take that option. The other option that they don't really get told about, though, is true freedom from the simulation, where they can wake up and leave. But most of the people don't think about that, nor do they actually care for that, because again, their entire existence, their entire life is in this fantasy setting, so they don't even know that it is fake and that there is more out there. So it isn't until like the Third Age that the NPCs and the people start becoming like really aware that, wait a second, we are not in the reality. Reality is something else, and we are in something that's not that. It ended with an epic fight between like Reyes and his brother, which was the deletion code user, and like I had this theme about how the deletion code, aka the fire of hatred, it's like an all-consuming fire, and it's a corrupting nature, and so it, you know, it has its source, and its source, you know, you take out that source and then it's, you know, no longer threat and all that other stuff. The epic final battle with all of them fighting Caiaphas, who is an individual that you guys will be introduced to either in season 2 of Source Code or in season 3. I'm not sure where I'm wanting to throw Caiaphas out. I'm thinking we may hint at him in season 2, like towards the end. We've got a lot of spinning plates up in the air at the end of season 1 of Source Code. Now, how did I get all these figures, though? Because, like, I was using a lot of actual tabletop figures. We were playing on a grid map with dry erase markers and all that other good stuff. So how did I get all these figures? How did I get all the, like, D&D stuff to, like, host these games and do all this? Well, the second cycle was where I got it. I started working at a local board game pub as, like, a in-house DM and a game master. So, like, you know, teaching people how to play the board games within the pub and all this other stuff. It was also during my DJ career. I was the host of Harry Potter Night, as you can see in my Gryffindor get-up, with my fake beard at the time. Very, very wizardly, you could say. Why is it called a cycle? Why is it called a cycle and not an age? Well, because within the sci-fi setting, all of these ages of the fantasy world are happening sequentially at the same time. The scientist who is, like, conducting the experiment or whatever that's going on set up multiple testings of this thing, hit run, and walked out. Didn't really think much of it, right? Not knowing, hey, you just jump-started 5 cycles or, like, 5 ages of this fantasy world. Each of them running the same, quote, simulation or the same plot, right? Of, you start out in Othmere going to Lukiel. You find out the corruption in Lukiel. You leave, you go back to Othmere. Othmere is where your home base is for a while. You then travel around a little bit more, and then you find the swords. You come back to Lukiel, you place the swords away, and then you can choose to ascend to godhood, quote unquote, or escape. And second cycle on, some of the deities that made it in the first cycle are trying to warn people. They're trying in this age, in the second age. They're being like, yo, we made the wrong choice. Don't make the same choice. Everyone made the same choice. Everyone made the same choice. No one escaped. Everyone made the same choice. Morthos ends up even more messed up in this timeline than he did in the last timeline. Because not only is he killed and brought back, but he is also made to watch as the party kills a possessed version of a loved one of Morthos. The party, not knowing that Morthos is forced to watch this happen, watch them do this, because they think they're just fighting some corrupted version of a character in a cave, and they think, well, you know, we're by ourselves in this cave, we'll kill it, we'll be fine, you know, and just say, like, we couldn't do nothing. Morthos watching all this because the villainess is, like, forcing him to, like, see the party kill his friend. Yeah, Morthos got very messed up in this timeline. But it's not the end all be all, because we ended up with some new deities. We had Miles, who became the deity of war. We had Endelyn, who became the deity of choice. There wasn't really a lot of choice in the cycles and stuff, because again, it was kind of like a set path. Not in that it was railroaded to the point of, like, you can't go anywhere else. Literally, they could have chosen to go anywhere else in Galand, and I would not have stopped them. My focus is, it doesn't matter where you choose to go, that's where the simulation puts the next objective or sword or whatever, right? And so it's not necessarily railroaded. It's just I have a plot that we're gonna get through, and villains are doing things in the background while you are doing things, right? Characters have goals. They want to achieve those goals. So we had very good turnout for the second cycle. We ran it here at this pub. It got to the point where multiple people were coming just to hear the story. And so that's where I started to get this like feeling of, this is bigger than me, because like people are actually interested in this. The third cycle was a group of people who found the game at the pub and wanted to play their own version of it, so started running their cycle. The third cycle did not last long in terms of an actual game, because the party did not make it very long. They only played like 4 sessions, and then there was a lot of behind the scenes drama with some players. A couple of players didn't like how homebrew the setting was, because they didn't like how some of the mechanics are changed. Third cycle was where the first player wanted to try necromancy in my world, and necromancy in my world is very different because of how the stuff functions. So he didn't like how I run necromancy with my home rules. Did not enjoy it. And I'm not saying this player that's pictured. The player that's pictured is from the first cycle, but he's all disguised up, and so I was like, this is a perfect picture for the third cycle, because it is very unknown for the majority of it. It is a lot of DM knowledge that happens here in this third cycle. There is something known as the Resonance Wars, where these like foundational objects that help run and control the base reality within the simulation that the fantasy world is in, like knowledge of those crystals and how to use them like was completely wiped out in this age, and it was on purpose. And I'm pretty sure it's Morthos that does it, because in this age, this is the age that Morthos becomes aware that he is in a simulation. Fourth cycle also, and again you can see just kind of a really face on my face. This was my first attempt at running a church group in my world, right? This was my first attempt at being like, hey, it's a bunch of my Christian friends. Let's see what they can do in a D&D setting and world and be heroes and stuff. Literally, that's not what happened in the slightest. They didn't level up a single time. They made it maybe 3 sessions. And in fact, their last session got everyone in the vicinity that they were in killed, deleted, dead, gone. To the point where like the inn and guild completely destroyed, deleted, gone. From 4th cycle on, there is just this big crater outside of Luke Hill. 4th cycle is where a lot of stuff is like really corrupting. There isn't a deity or an AI controlling how the dead function, right? That doesn't happen until the end of the 4th cycle, making the 5th cycle somewhat manageable and actually able to like tell cohesive stories. The fourth cycle is if you want to tell a story like Elden Ring or Dark Souls. Death has no governor. Everyone is scared of hollows. Like, yeah. That's where you tell a story like that. So we had the convergence. After all of that, players from the first, third, and fourth cycles all converged to try and tell a story within the fourth cycle, to try and like rectify it and, you know, like see if it could be saved, right? That's not what happened. They tried for a bit. The world was too far gone. So it was fast-tracked. Most of those people didn't make it, but there was a couple that I was like, all right, your two characters would have made it. What do they want to govern? One of them chose death, so there became a governor of death, and then another character was like, I want to be the murder hobo of the goblins, and so there's a whole bunch of stuff to do with that. Okay. Now, the fifth cycle. I'm gonna go ahead and play the trailer or whatever that we had. This is kind of like the intro that we were using for fifth cycle stories, because we started actually streaming in fourth cycle. But again, that didn't pan out very well. A lot of those videos are privated because some of those cast members are not in the friend group anymore, and I don't want them to, you know, be like cease and desist or anything like that. So I pulled those videos. That way there's no big thing. But for the fifth cycle, we did a couple of streams, we did a couple of things for it. It didn't really get a lot of traction, and again, this is like 5,000 years of lore and stuff thrown at people who have no idea what's going on. So I get it. I understand why not a lot of people latched on to this series. But for us, it mattered a lot. So here's the trailer / intro that we used to run for fifth cycle D&D Six Sword Saga.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is I, the Chronicler. I am here to tell you the tale of the heroes of the Maki Vale. This is a land of the small folk, the big folk, and all in between. But this land's capital, the city of Lukil, was home to a great guild of adventurers. One such, a noble academy student named Ardru. He, along with several adventurers, began a small quest for an individual named Link, a tabaxi of gray fur. Little did they know that this would lead to a cascade of events, taking them throughout all the corners of the world and leading to them wielding the 6 swords of power.
So as you can see, we were heavily using Dungeon Alchemist. We had AI generated photos, you know, just it was what it was. We were also filming on location with a very crappy webcam, and a single Blue Yeti mic. So a lot of these streams and things were not good in terms of actually watching them and having a good experience and having a good view time with it. I do like this shot. I do like that shot of like seeing the dragon come out of the sun. Like I thought that was a good one. Now then we did source code. A year ago today we started the Six Sword Saga source code episode 1.
Have become permanently entrapped within the simulation.
So this was the intro for last season. As you can tell, a lot of AI generated stuff. At the time, this was the only way that we could like really get art made or anything else, because we weren't doing any fundraisers. I was job to job to job to job at the time. It was not good. We weren't in a good place, but we got some content out. The storyline itself, people are enjoying, people seem to like, but my biggest complaint for season 1 is all the AI stuff. I don't like the fact that I had to use a bunch of AI things because A, I'm not that talented when it comes to drawing. B, I'm a single, only me guy trying to make all of this a production, right? It's impossible for a single dude to do all the editing, all the running of the game, all the stuff. Like there needs to be a team for actual good content to flourish, to flow, and to be good. But this was our intro that we had for the Six Sword Saga source code season 1. And again, that one you can actually go watch on YouTube. You can see all the stuff that we did for that particular season. But what's next, ladies and gentlemen? What's next for us? Well, thanks to all of you, every single one of you who donated, every single one of you that cared, every single one of you that stood by while we were telling the story, when you showed support. Because of all of you, we have official art now. Handcrafted by real artists that we were able to hire and commission to bring these characters to life. And I cannot thank you all enough for helping us get to this point where we're able to tell these stories with art that actually brings these characters to life, that actually shows more of the world, the art style, and things like that. We will be working on the intro for season 2, using, of course, this fantastic art, trying to get rid of all AI generated images and things. And again, thank you all so much. I can't express enough what a blessing it is that you all cared so much to donate, to make this possible. These are just the first 2 characters. Crier Bell, after season 1, and Bramblefoot, after season 1. So I'm very excited for these characters to be brought to life by the players and all this other stuff. So, ladies and gentlemen, now that the official timeline has been riggedy revealed, that's that. That's the Six Sword Saga. I know there's like a lot more details within it and stuff. So what I'm gonna do now, ladies and gentlemen, because this is just what I'm gonna do. It's my birthday stream, and I can do what I want. I am gonna be playing some Crimson Desert to enjoy the day. I really enjoy this game. When guests appear, because there will be guests appearing, when they appear, we will hop back into the Six Sword Saga slideshow and discuss with them where stuff is. Icy Pants, my good sir, you didn't have to hit the subscribe button again, but you did. Thank you for the happy birthday. You literally just missed us wrapping up the Six Sword Saga timeline. But I could go through it again if you want. I don't mind. Yeah, I have zero problem going through the timeline again. But that's up to you. Or we can hop into Crimson Desert. Lol, I will have Kitty go back and watch it. She is feeling unwell today. Oh, sad face. Absolute sad face. So yes. What I will do, because again, we're going to have more guests hop in throughout the day to discuss Six Sword and all this other stuff. I will have a truncated, edited version of all the Six Sword stuff together. That way it's not like intercut with like an hour and a half of Crimson Desert or whatever, right? So I'll have that on the YouTube channel, so Kitty can go and watch that, and that might be a little bit easier than just like hunting through a VOD, right? I hope that Kitty gets to feeling better. Speaking of Kitty Pants and why she would go back and watch that, ladies and gentlemen, I guess we could go ahead and announce that the reason Kit Nightblade's not gonna be there anymore for season 2, well, it's not that we replaced him per se, is the man got busy. And so I thought, let's get let's get some people in. Let's throw it out to offer to, like, you know, a voice acting community or something like that. So I messaged Icy Pants, you know, just be like, hey, I know you're busy and you got a lot of campaigns that you're part of, but like, would you be interested, or would you know anyone who would be interested in being in the Source Code Season 2? And lo and behold, oh my goodness, we were blessed very quickly with a enthusiastic yes from Kitty Pants. So we are super excited to announce Kitty Pants will be joining us for Season 2 of Source Code, whenever we get the art and the character fully made and stuff. And again, today is not a tabletop RPG session. It is a celebration of the past 10 years and the stories that we have told therein. Now, I'm not going to start like calling people for like guest appearances until like 10:30 or so. So we got around 40 minutes, right? So let's get suckered in to some Crimson Desert gameplay. and enjoy our time with that for a little bit. Now, if I remember correctly, this game did not play well with stream avatars up, so I will be getting rid of stream avatars. I do apologize, but hopefully they will return. The stream avatar. No, what are you doing? What was that? What was that? Disconnect. Disconnect. How dare. All right. We are back. Doing some more Crimson Desert, ladies and gentlemen. I truly haven't felt this good about a game since Elden Ring. Like, I kid you not, this game has me excited exploring the open world. It's very rare that a game gets me excited to explore the open world. And I think I put it like this yesterday. Why are you having issues? Why are you having issues? Don't have issues. No, you are having issues. Why? Don't have issues. Don't have issues for the tissues. Okay. Lurk, thank you so much. Ice Pants for the lurk. Ice Pants VA has ran ahead and turned a corner in the dungeon. He's lost to us for now. Okay, yeah, I'm noticing a lot of lost frames and all that other good stuff. Is it because you are still open in the background? If that is the case, I'm a little upsetty spaghetti. But that should be done now. Okay. Yeah. Wow. It really is like you just can't have stream avatars open at all. Like, even if it's disconnected, you just can't have it open and play this game at the same time. At least on my rig. Maybe there's more powerful rigs out there that can. It's just not mine. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, when I was playing last, I was trying to do a cargo run of honey. However, I do not have the funds to purchase all the honey that I require.
Coin talks and I listen.
Yes. We need 30 more honey.
It was a pleasure doing business with you.
And I think the only way that we're gonna get that is if our comrades come back from their missions, or I go donate some coin.
Yes, mate.
I think I'm gonna have to go donate some coin just to make this go a little bit quicker. Which is a bit upsetting because of how close we were to getting the 300 or the 500 silver necessary so we can go invest gold bars into the bank. However, I have discovered that I really like the dual wield in this game. I have discovered that it is easier to hold down the attack button and then hit the button combos you want rather than just tap on things. Though I have noticed they have a like classic or basic control setting now, which is cool. So they kind of made it to where things can control like the original, minus the tweaks to like stamina cost and stuff like that. Okay, we are back here. I shall donate some
I'll keep
funds
it
to the
safe,
camp.
you have my word.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down to 261 silver. We'll donate 60 silver. 61.58. Right there.
Royal trade's the best. Once you have another load of trade goods, bring them right to me.
Okay. Well, hopefully it's good enough. Oh, okay. Never mind. That tree's just not strong enough. Not strong enough for what I wanted to do. You look like a strong, capable tree. There you go. Perfect for what I wish to accomplish. Not the bees! Oh my goodness. Oh no, I didn't do that right. Okay, hopefully that'll have enough time in there. Alright, there we go. We're gonna head back, we're gonna purchase some honey, we're gonna hopefully make this run, make a lot of money. Now this is all Yan's idea too, so this is Meow. Oh, he runs so fast. He runs so fast through the world. Alright, here we go. Back to purchase some honey.
Coin talks and I listen. A rare goods await.
Good, we need 30.
Fine stuff. The guild's here's to a prosperous partnership ahead.
I'm a little upset because I thought we just needed 30. We need
Interested
one
in
more.
wares
Thank
from the
goodness.
Grateful for your business, as always.
Now we go deliver the honey. Okay, wait a second. You can deliver... Check which goods by selecting the capital. Okay, yep, good. What do you mean feature not available? Oh, because I'm in the middle of an animation. I forgot. This game doesn't like it when you try to do stuff while it's in the middle of animations. Okay. Bet. Either way, that's where I wanted to go in the first place. So...
Come on, do that again, I dare you.
Well, y'all are in the way of the wagon, so I don't know what to tell you. Y'all just get out of the way. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on our way to do some trade. Out of the wagon's way. Get off of the road. You silly people. Yeah, what makes you think that's a good place to start petting your horse? Get off of the road. The road. All right. We are fully aware of where we are headed with this wagon. Thank goodness it is to Hernand Castle. Get off the road! Seriously, off of the road. How are you supposed to follow the road when people are just like, I'm gonna put 2 horses right in the middle of the road. No one may pass. Silly, I say. Yes. But yeah, I appreciate everyone saying happy birthday and all the other good stuff with that. I truly have always thought this. I turned 33 today. And I truly mean this, ladies and gentlemen. 33 is the age Jesus died for our sins, rose from the dead, and is alive. I have always thought that I should not have the same amount of years or more. I do not live a life that is worthy of more years. Yet here I am. So it's a weird birthday. That's all I'm gonna say. It's a weird one for me. It feels strange. Yeah. All right, we're gonna deal in some honey. Yeah, personally, I don't like driving the wagon any other way than first person. I feel like that's the best for wagons. Regular horse, I'd rather be in third person, but for this.
That's a fine beast you are.
A fine beast I ride, you say? No, I am in a trade wagon. Silly man. All right. We are in Hernan territory now. Oh, you must excuse us. Yeah. Excuse me, good sirs, fine sirs. Have a great day in the field. Yes, yes, I am merely a merchant come with the royal honey, of course. The honey for the castle. We shall follow the road around. For I wish not to drive the wagon through the city itself. No, sorry, Bob. Excuse me. Thank you. Yes, we will take the next right. Oh boy. Watch out. Wagon's approaching. Yes, and then we'll go around this way so that we may approach the Royal Trading Post. Excuse me. Be gone. Alrighty. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 da da. Ba 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 wop. All right, we are almost here. We have the royal honey.
You've been most kind.
Someone's here. Ah, you've come with the trade goods.
I have.
Go about your business. Move along. I see you've brought something for the Lord. Very good. Your contribution to the estate will not go unnoticed. You'll find more doors opening for you here. In the end, your success
More
is our
doors?
success. I'll see the goods are delivered.
No,
You're welcome to return with
I
more.
don't want Mordor to open. Leave Mordor closed.
You've been most kind.
But yes. So, wait a second.
You're new here, aren't you?
Did I just get 30,000 in the camp funds? Is that what I just saw? Please tell me it's 30K and not what I think it was, which would just be 3,000. I don't see our costs or nothing. Oh, it's not
It is
good.
most worrying. I've no idea what lies before us.
Yeah, buddy. You want to hop up? Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. Come on. He's a good boy. All right. So, now that the honey has been delivered, is there any more of these? No, there are not. Okay, so Land of Dreams, proceed with the apple picking mission at Glenbright Farm. Proceed with the milk mission at Bloomwood Ranch. Sounds like we need to head back to our camp and send some folk out on some missions. Yes, yes, yes. It is 34K.
Something's broken? Get yourself a new one. Sometimes it's the little things you need the most.
Let's see, what can I sell right now that I'm like, I don't care about? Did I read this? Yes, I did. Oh, I'm so tempted to sell this. I'm so tempted to sell this.
Something's broken? Come see me if you think you're missing something.
Okay.
Put them to the test.
Okay.
They're keen for the work.
Apple picking mission. Okay. Boom. Boom. Dispatch. Okay. And then there was a cow one. Ranching. Boom. Boom. Dispatch. Okay. How many more hours? 9 for this Halcyon House of Healing Bridge to be constructed. 3.4K, 3.2K. Ranching and that.
We'll always be ready.
Yes. For the most part. Okay. Well. La ti da da ti da da ti da da. Cook. Okay. We're gonna make. Yeah. Do I have no more? It's like, why are they gonna take that away from me? There. It's okay, buddy. Alright, we made some food. We got our stuff going. What time is it? It's almost 7. No, it's almost 8. So, we will rest. I don't know why it did that. We will rest.
I can't sleep right now.
What do you mean you can't sleep right now? It is 8 p.m.
I can't sleep right now.
Why? It's like the perfect time to go to sleep. What are you talking about? Oh yes, that's right. We have a ranch hand over here.
Ah, here to see the horses?
Alright.
A horse? Sometimes you should just enjoy the thrill of speed.
Eh.
Go!
I mean, riding the horse does feel good in the game. Don't get me wrong. It does. Okay, now that we have those two missions going and doing and being, I might as well go check this out real quick.
Get going!
Meow. Ah. No, can we? Thank you. I'm okay with that. Oh, yeah, that's right. If I, like, try to... Spin to win. Okay, we got some bandits down here. We'll get some spirit built back up, and then we'll take out these foul bandits. I can't believe that. Huzzah!
Do your best.
Roar! Foul bandits! Get thee gone! Where are you running to? Get back here! That felt instantly more responsive and better.
I can go home thanks to you.
Yes, you can. You are finally able to go home. You are free. Why does it say that I'm gonna steal? Why does it say I'm gonna steal? Yeah. Apparently, with these gloves that I have right here, I can steal and not be found a thief. He said as he picked up the coin and was found a thief. Oh! Oh, it has a cooldown. Oh. 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 Yeah. Sword of the Wolf, Wolf's Fang, and Vessel of Dark Pursuit. Yeah. Plus, I got that crown from Hernand, you know? Because I did so much for them. And we search and we get the stuff from the bandits. Sorry, buddy, but we gotta move. So after a little bit, I will contact some people from the first cycle, and we'll have a grand old discussion. Yeah. Who's next?
What is it you want from me? What is it you want from me?
Oh, I want nothing. But you very clearly are tied up. I've got you.
Oh, thank you. I thought I was done for.
Oh, no.
Oh, my wagon and honey are all ruined. Please, could you help me get to the farm? God, my wrists are still sore from being bound for so long.
Come on.
I'm scared to set out on the road these days.
Kid.
Never knowing when those bandits might strike me. I used to be able to take them myself. Oh, I guess I was too distracted today, checking the honey. Not to brag, but it's even served at the nobles' banquets. Yeah, that's why the bandits wanted it. I'd be dead if I hadn't run into you today. Thanks for saving my life. Next time I see any bandits, I'll teach them a real lesson.
Feel better now that you're home?
Huh. We're here already.
Yeah.
Oh, look at me. Haven't even thanked you properly. Stop by the Pollengarth apiary and tell them you've helped me.
Okay.
They'll give you everything they can spare.
Wonderful. I mean, that's where I was headed anyway. Until you so rudely took me away from that. So, but that's okay. That's okay. You needed to make it home. You needed to make it home. So I understand. I understand.
Yeah.
I really wish they would fix the cloud cart. Because I have a cloud cart ready to summon, but it just... The game isn't... The game isn't fully free of bugs just yet. Oh yeah. So good. Pollengoth Apiary. Hello.
Well, I suppose I'll fetch some honey again.
The village is quite lively these days. I'm off for a stroll around the neighborhood.
Locate the target in the area. Beekeeper.
Well,
hello.
Are you with the Gold Leaf Merchant Guild?
Yeah.
There are complaints about the honey.
Yes.
I find it hard to believe. I've never received any complaints from my other clients. It could be their storage methods causing trouble.
Okay. Come on, buddy. We'll have to go report that. Because they don't believe that it's their fault.
What's take? You need something from me? Ah, I see. So that's what's happened.
Yeah.
We were all beginning to worry when the honey delivery never arrived.
Okay.
Do you need something from me?
I guess because I wasn't on the same level as him, it didn't like that.
Ah, I see. So that's what's happened. We were all beginning to worry when the honey delivery never arrived.
Right.
The road must have been dangerous. Thank you for sorting things out. However precious honey may be, it's never worth more than a man's life.
Yes.
Please accept this humble gift, freshly drawn from our own apiary. Please take this. We've poured much love and care into it.
Well, thank you. Acquired 10 honey. Good, good. Yes, very good. Now we go report back to the merchant. What you doing out here?
I've tried spoonful after spoonful, yet... Ah, you're here. How was the honey, hmm? Did the aroma and flavor match your expectations?
Not really. I'll be real, not
Yes.
really.
In that case, we should double-check our storage conditions. The guild's reputation hangs in the balance. I must see to it at once. Thank you.
Yes. Now that should give me some more storage. It does. It does give me more storage. There we go. at this point, let's go do the main boom, driving out the shadows. Let's go do this main mission thing, and then I'll start calling people to talk about Six Sword tenure. This is the safe house, right? I'm pretty sure this is the safe house. No? No, it's not. It's not.
Will it hurt? Yes!
Yeah. Yeah, it was gonna hurt. Oh yeah, it's like cold here too. You know what? Let's swap out. They want us to wear a disguise. Yeah. Okay, now that I'm wearing their garb, let's see if they actually view me as hostile. We're supposed to sneak on through and find Shane. Yeah. Meet tavern owners from all regions. Okay. Stop. Stop. Hey, stop. I want to stop that. Yep, I'm in their full garb, so they're not even attacking me right now. Okay. There is, I guess, a little bit of pros and cons to doing that. I'm out of your way, guys. Alright, I bet he's in here. Ooh, Unka got him.
Shane! Clive, how did you...
That's what I wanted to ask you. What happened? Stay still. These wounds are serious.
I tried to make good use of...
But, Shane, hey, come on.
Cliff, go on ahead. I'll take Shane to safety.
Thank you, Unga. I can't wait to unlock that dude as a playable character. I can't wait. That's going to be so fun. Okay, so we're in the Jackal disguise. Yes, yes. What is it? has landed. Okay. Alright, we did the thing. Now, ooh, find the hidden explosives. Place that. There's a body we have to move. Trap door. Okay, find the hidden explosive. I did. Now install the explosive. Okay. Where is the fast travel? Stone. Is it here? There it is. Okay, let's go install the explosive. Yeah, don't pay attention to me with the bomb strapped to my back. Yep, don't pay attention, guys. Don't focus. Don't focus on it. It's okay. I'm one of you. Every fiber of me wants to like drop disguise and tear through these people, but no, the game is like, hey, you should wear the disguise. It's working so far. I'm not gonna. Man.
Help me! I beg of you! Please!
Huh. Let me up. Thank you. All right. You know what? Can I do it? The answer is yes. Alright. Now we just gotta wait for the right moment to to explode it, I think. Enter the building. All right. Here we go. Nice. The apple picking mission's done. The bridge is built.
I'm telling you, I've got a good feeling about tonight.
I shouldn't be that stealthy. I'm wearing one of their stuff.
What was that?
I'm wearing their gear.
Take a look.
Don't be
Don't
sneaking
get yourself
around.
killed. What do we got here? What's taking you so long?
Hey, who the fuck are you?
Yep. Where's this gonna spread, though?
It's time.
Bunga. Yes.
Prepare yourselves
Let's go.
to take back what was stolen. For our fallen brothers. Show no mercy.
Cut them all down.
Yes! Oh, do I get to play as them? That would be sick. Nice. Let's go. Nice. Yeah. Oh, there's so many. Ah. Got him. Oh man, the game's having a hard time running it right now. Ah. Got him. Ah. The dual wielding is sick.
Get off of me!
Set them off in the grave.
You'll never beat us like that.
Won't save you from me.
Still standing?
All right. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. What was that all about running? Oh my gosh, the frame rate is just dying right now. Oh my god. Oh man. There's so many enemies. Oh yeah, this is a hot mess. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's still working. I'm still killing them. Okay, with me not swinging nothing doesn't. Nope. I was like, hopefully it will stabilize a little bit. No. We just gotta keep swinging. Just keep swinging until everything's dead. Oh my gosh.
I'm still standing.
Oh my gosh. Heal, heal please, heal please, heal please, heal please. All the jackals are finally running. Okay. Defeat Ludwig? Alright. Let's go. Oh yeah, frame rate's a lot better here.
Get off me!
You is a joy. You're dead.
Do not cower from me! Come forward!
Do your work.
I'm gonna chop you up so small.
The longer we fight, the stronger I become.
Come on, you cat!
Alright, Ludwig. Let's go.
Well, you Greymanes are a hard lot to kill. Clawing your way back from death's door over and over. How'd you do it?
Let's find out, shall we?
Oh, he's got some electrical powers? Okay.
They say even a fish finds its way home to die. Seems they're right.
Ooh.
Suits a man like his homeland, eh?
Come here. Why did that miss and do nothing?
If I finish what Muir did and his bears could not. Does that make jackals the superior beast?
Oh my gosh, what was that? Now you... Oh my gosh. You're doing way too much. What? Come on. What the heck? Are you kidding me with that? I'm just having to come in and attack him because this is it's getting too crazy. Oh, of course, yeah, of course he's gonna get that. Let's go.
All of you. Oh, wipe mankind from existence.
Yeah, give me that lightning. I want
Come
the
on, then.
lightning.
Let's both give it our all, eh? I wasn't planning to use this power, but you need to see it.
Oh no. Whoa!
You need to see what real strength looks like.
Okay.
Let's see how long you last against my own.
Okay, this is definitely a whole new level of stuff. Let's go.
I know you secretly savored such rumors. Fanned the flames even.
Oh. Sick some crows out. Oh no. It's done. This was a sick fight. This was so cool.
How can this be?
Yes.
Wait, hold on.
You'll pay dearly for what you've done.
Yes.
Clive! Stop!
Why?
Don't kill him yet.
Why?
There's still plenty we need rattling around in his skull we don't know.
Fine.
Please.
Right. Let's begin, shall we? Witless bastard. Don't think I'll go easy on you.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Untie me!
You don't really need this hat, do you?
Relax. If it doesn't come off clean, you'll know.
Yep.
Clive!
What'd he do?
Wait. What happened? Let Madame guard down. The cunts ran away. Shit.
Not on my watch!
Why didn't I chase him?
The bastard!
Go away!
No, he didn't. Literally, I have the ability to fly with a cloak. Like, what do you mean he got away? There's no way one armed dude is getting away from me. Come on. Come on. But we did it. My gosh, ladies and gentlemen, we did it. Payloon, liberated by the Greyveins.
We had the bastard right in front of us, and you let him slip away.
You're here.
Let's hunt him down. He couldn't have got far.
I agree with Yan for once on this.
I'm sorry. I let my guard down. It happens.
Except it fucking shouldn't.
A shame he got away. But don't be too hard on Dwayne. Fuck. Anyway, he's not much of a threat on his own.
We went easy taking his hand. Next time it'll be his head.
Yes.
We'll kill him, no doubt. But the Black Bears still stand strong. And there are far more of them than jackals.
Yeah.
This fight won't end until we bring down Muirden.
Right. We take out Muirden and the rest will flee on their own.
Strike the shepherd, and the flock will scatter.
Exactly.
So Ludwig's still skulking around, and we're just letting him go?
Of course not. We have to catch him no matter what.
Yes.
The Muirden must already have grasped the situation here in Payloon. Dealing with Muirden while chasing Ludwig won't be easy. Taking down the Black Bears comes first.
But jumping straight into a fight with them? We're all exhausted.
Exhausted or not, drinking a dose will fix that. Fuck, fine. All right, let's go gut some bears
Look,
first.
Jan, I understand, but now is the perfect time to take down Muirden. When everyone's ready, gather at the entrance to their stronghold.
What do you mean now's the perfect
Feels
time
as
to
though
take
the
him
moment
out?
of this land's liberation draws near. I presume you have a plan.
There's nothing much to it. I've pictured this battle in my mind countless times.
You know I'll be right there beside you. Been itching for this slaughter for a long time.
Aye.
Hey.
Everything will be all right.
Yeah.
Well, I trust Unga. Can I play as him? No, I cannot. Upsetting. Alright, join comrades. All forces for the final assault on the Black Bears. This is where the war ends. Join your comrades and prepare for the coming battle. Well, you know, it's going to be really funny to me if I get all the way through the story. Wow, decisive battle. If I get through the quote-unquote story missions, Korn's demon. how goes it? Getting a bottle for Little Miss. It goes. Corn's Demon, you are more than welcome to hop in the voice chat, and I will do what is necessary in this moment, which is back to the Six Sword Saga official timeline. Yeah, I know we were playing Crimson Desert, but this is what we're really celebrating today. 10 years, 10 years in Gallon. Give him 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta give him a second. He'll hop in. He's getting a little bottle for Little Miss. And hey, you know what? Now is also the perfect time. Before we go do decisive battles, before we go do any of that, I'm also going to get someone else in on the call, ladies and gentlemen. These individuals will be joining us via a speaker phone. Yes. So here we go. Hopefully you guys can hear them too. And there's Corn.
Hello.
Hello. How are you guys today?
Doing quite well. How are you today?
Well, we're doing good. We are joined by Corn's Demon right now, as well as a few people online. Ladies and gentlemen, say hi to Ma and Pa Midwest.
Hello.
Yes, I will call your cell phone, as that will be easier for you guys. Yeah, they will be right back. Hey, the cool fact that the stream and stuff can hear you guys via speaker on my phone, that's really the good thing. So all right, I'll call your cell and then we'll go from there. All right. And I'm super excited, Corn. I hope you enjoy this trip down memory lane. As there are quite a few photos of First Cycle and stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. Hello. Everybody ready for this discussion?
Looking forward to it.
Oh my goodness. So, ladies and gentlemen, earlier today we went through the timeline as the DM remembers it. Okay? So like everything that I could spitball off the top of my head. And now we're here with two of the people who started 10 years ago today, being my mom and pa here on the phone, but also we've got Corn's Demon here right next to me, and this guy, he was also in the First Cycle.
Yes.
So I will be kind of repeating what Corn says so the parents can hear it and the discussion can keep going and all that other good stuff. And we're all just going to kind of reminisce and enjoy some of the tales from, 10 plus years ago.
Yeah, you expect us to remember that, all that.
I expect you to be reminded of some things and go, oh yeah, and then gush about your own memories in there. You know, I'm not expecting you guys to, know every plot detail and stuff. I'm pretty sure you guys have not brushed up on your Six Sword Saga lore in a while. So
well, I've been watching the new ones.
yeah, the source code and stuff.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the official Six Sword Saga timeline, 10 years of stories in Galland. Here we go. All right, so the first cycle, the first arc. This first picture that we've got here online is of a young me from like 10 years ago running a session within the first arc. Now the very first session, like I had said earlier this morning, was literally just my parents that are on the phone right now, my brother, his wife, and me. And it was a kobold encounter on the road while they were trying to get to the main city of Lukill. And I know that we kind of covered a little bit of stuff that happened in there, but I want to throw it out to the two people who were there 10 years ago. Is there anything that you guys distinctly remember from 10 years ago? It doesn't have to be like a plot point or like anything like that, but like the food we were making, the fun we were having, all the good stuff.
Well, I just remember that I was thinking, well, I've heard of D&D before, but I had never played it. And I figured that, I don't know. I thought, well, maybe it's like I didn't know about it. I thought it was like more like younger people than me playing it, you know? But man, I had fun, and I sure did see why people would get into playing D&D. So I really liked that part, and of course being with the family is always nice. But no, I don't remember the food.
No, don't remember none of the food, don't remember none of that.
Surely we had birthday cake.
It was, if I remember correctly, we ate enchiladas before the session even started.
Oh, okay. Well, knowing you, it would have been ice cream that you were
probably munching on.
excited about than cake.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Of the two.
Oh, well, good. Other than that, do you remember anything? I remember some of the things we did.
No.
I remember going through the Six Sword, some of those things, and some of the things that happened during, that kind of reminds me a little bit of Theo, some of those crazy things he did. He found him a blacksmith guy, and he fashioned him a gun and so forth. And he was proud of that gun, and he didn't know exactly when to use it and when not to. Like, can you imagine firing a weapon within a small cavern and stuff like that? And the recipient of the projectile hurt, but mostly also hurt the ears of his allies quite often, and he was more in trouble with that. As he was going through the times of that. And some of the sneaky things that he did was like, what should I say? sneaky sometimes.
Yeah.
I recall a time when that he had gotten a potion of spider venom.
Yeah. This was also within the first arc, so we're still kind of in the city of Lukill. This is before Morthos dies.
Also, quartered as I recall, my memory's not very good on that. But as I recall, there was some soldier people coming. And not all the group knew that there was a threat. And as a spy was, I believe, coming into the village, lo and behold, he come up to the bar where I'm sitting. And he was speaking of not all people knew yet. So I slipped in. The soldier was going to do a report as a scout of where we were at. So I slipped in the spider venom, and I don't think to this day does people know about that.
Yeah. It is the stealthiest kill that has happened within the Six Sword Saga, and to this day, everyone still believes that Theo is only killed with his sword or a gun.
He was sneakier than Jen.
Yeah. Jen was a rogue and used daggers and all that other good stuff, but
well, I'm still thinking about the first part, and before I say this, let me say, Theo was doing the Theo thing when you called.
of course. Of course.
Theo hasn't changed.
Yeah. For those unaware, Corn, are you able to hear the conversation?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay. So, Corn, you wanna inform the people as to what the Theo thing to do is?
So the Theo thing is, as we played very long sessions, Theo would nod off like an hour into it, and then anytime something happened where we'd have to nudge him, he would just stumble away.
Yes. So anytime that we would play, essentially, Corn was saying that we we would start and we played really long sessions. So the hour would go by and Theo would nod off, and then anytime we needed him, a little nudge and a shake awake, and then he'd shoot someone. Sometimes his own people, that's right.
It always seemed like it was the same person, really.
Oh, poor kid.
Well, I remember we, getting back to the first time we played, I remember that I was trying to learn how to be sneaky, and we went sneaking around in the trees for a while. Of course, I didn't know then about don't leave your party that much. I learned that pretty fast, I guess.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh boy. But I think Theo and another character had to face the people.
Yeah, Snickle Fritz and Theo were kind of front and center during the kobold attack in the very first session.
Yes.
Yeah, Theo rolled the very first natural one in the whole series. He had rolled to attack, rolled a natural one, And so I said, based on Theo's backstory of being a hermit and one with nature and an elf, he saw these kobolds as creatures of the earth and didn't want to hurt them. So he went to sheathe his sword and cut his thumb while trying to sheathe his sword.
Oh boy, I don't remember Theo rolling any real high numbers that night. I don't remember ever did roll that 20. Yeah, I think you did. Maybe.
There's a few. There were a few. It really didn't help until you got the like crit on 19 later in the game that like you were actually hitting pretty consistently.
Everybody was to duck when Theo pulled his weapon.
Yeah.
Well, or are you talking about the time where we were going to the other town so we could meet somebody there that was going to tell us where we were going?
So, like when you first got to Lukiel, like all those years ago, or you?
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
So it was like you had been told from someone in Winter Haven. This was like backstory stuff, because we had stated that you guys had previously met, like in Othmere / Winter Haven, right?
Right. Yeah.
And so it was like you guys had already met someone there. You were told that, you know, good money was to be made, mercenary work in Lukiel. So it was like you guys were heading to Lukiel because told you guys could make money there.
Right. Yeah. And that's not where we were fighting a bunch of them, and I fell in the stuff or the water or whatever.
Oh no! So that's the Kobold Manor. That's what happened. It's still within the first arc. It's where Kit had joined the party by this time, and we were entering the Kobold Manor because they were asked to get some dragon scales for armor that a blacksmith was working on. They found the manor, and it took a while to get to the manor, but they got to the manor, and then in the very first room, Jen had a little accident.
What did I do? Roll a one that time.
Yeah, it was like rolling to defend against a kobold pushing you into a slime pit trap.
Yeah.
And you didn't roll good to defend yourself. No.
So I fell in, and everybody was trying to get me out, and they were rolling bad.
Yep.
And finally, somebody bent over with a shield, and by then my arms were all in the goo and stuff, and I had to use my teeth.
Yeah, she had to bite down on the edge of the shield, and the party like raise her out of the goo.
But we had been in town, and I was almost wanted to get a necklace that time, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was that was
Yeah.
before going to the manor.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I dodged the bullet there.
Yes. There's this fun thing I like to do as a DM and a storyteller where I like to put a BBEG, not the main one, but like a big bad, like in the area that the party starts in, because I like there to be like some connection to their early game in the end game, right? I like there being some ties to how they started and how they end. Well, I had described the evil queen out and about with her bodyguard and her like jewelry and stuff. And I didn't say that it was the evil queen. I just said that it was a regal woman with all this jewelry. And Jen, being a little sneak thief, very nearly destroyed the entire campaign right then and there, because everyone would have died. Everyone would have died.
Oh, I thought I could sneak that necklace.
Yeah.
I guess I must have thought a little bit better about it.
Yeah. Probably heard, "Are you sure you want to do that?"
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You might have gave me a look.
I might have been like, "Are you really sure?" I don't know if that's a good idea. She got a bodyguard. I don't know.
Oh boy.
So the main thing that I really wanted to be excited about doing this when I first started was just sharing fun memories and letting my family into the fantasy world that kept me alive. It's really what it was. And 10 years later, just even hearing, I don't know about anybody else, hearing my mom laugh about it, like, I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time reminiscing.
There was some good stuff there for sure.
Yeah. Now, the end of the first arc happened when Morthos died. That's where I say, like, the first arc kind of ends. Is there anything you wanna add before we go to the next slide as to like things that stick out before you all left Luke Hill?
Well, I was just thinking about, I remembered hamburgers were invented.
Yes. Yes. That's one of the Deadpool things that Evodia did.
Yeah.
Yep. He made hamburgers so good because he rolled a nat 20 that it got them a like 10% stake in the local inn.
Yeah.
It was kind of crazy.
We had a nice place to stay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I really didn't learn that much about sneaking off by myself, because I did go investigate and got my fingers cut off again and again.
You did. Huge hard to. That was a hard lesson to ever learn, if you ever did learn that lesson. But we did become more reliant upon each other's abilities and stuff as time went on, But at first we was all kind of individuals trying to establish our own identities, and it kind of led us into troubles.
Yeah.
Yeah, feuding in between ourselves and the whole bit. But then we faced the challenges and the evil people more to become and relying on each other was really quite unique. Like you say, sometimes you'd have to wake Theo up for his turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wasn't it you that saved me in the place where I got my fingers?
It more than likely would have been. It seems like I remember one of those things that kind of drew us closer together was all about gone, and about the whole thing was about to end, and I think I rode pretty high, and I went all or nothing. And I don't even remember the villain that we was up against, but I remember diving out of a window on top of the individual, and by the skin on our teeth did we ever survive. So, you know, it's good. It's good. Good memories of said things, you know.
Yeah. That fight in the slums, they're talking about the first encounter with Kelson Griddlebone, a villain yet to be introduced in source code. But this individual likes, he's kind of a slumlord criminal of the Luke Heel underbelly. And he enjoys making people wish for death and then not giving it to them. That's just his favorite pastime. And he managed to kidnap Jen because she tried to steal something from him. It wasn't her knowledge that this was the individual that she was stealing from. It was just she got a mission from one of her seedy underbelly contacts, and was told, hey, there's like this really fancy dagger in this warehouse, and if you bring that back, I'll let you keep the dagger. It's kind of like a test to see if you can do this. And needless to say, she succeeded in getting in and collecting the item, did not succeed in getting out. And in that session, we had myself, Kit Nightblade, Ma and Pa, Midwest, and then we had Evodia, and I don't remember if we had Snicklefritz and them there. But I remember Evodia had a girlfriend at the time, and the girlfriend came, and the girlfriend's like younger sister or cousin. So like, here's the first time some people are being exposed to the game, and I'm describing a scene where a villain is chopping off my mother's fingers. and like we're acting out a scene where a villain is torturing my mother. So it's not her per se, her character, but still, that's kind of an intense thing for someone who's never seen any tabletop RPG stuff to walk into, you know? And I just distinctly remember, because we opened that session with dealing with the rest of the party. You were already kidnapped. And we're doing stuff, we're going through it, and then people are like, well, where's Jen? Where's Jen? What happened to Jen? What's going on? And silence, nothing. And then finally I go, Jen, you wake up. You are tied to a chair. You are in a dark basement. You don't know where you're at. And everyone's freaking out. Everyone's losing their minds around the table when I start describing that. Everyone's like, where is she? We gotta find her, and all this other stuff. Oh man. Like, that fight with Kelson in the warehouse where Theo like tackled him out the window to try and save everyone from that. Like, yeah, that was such an intense fight, and like genuinely I thought we were gonna have player death there. Like, for real, I thought there was going to be a player death. I'm pretty sure Theo almost died.
Yes, he did. I mean, that was the last hurrah or last thing, yeah. Or nothing. You know, was that? Yeah. And it seemed like other characters were in danger as well. Like,
Yeah.
We were all in bad shape.
Yeah. This was actually also where the party discovered the parchment with the depiction and kind of mural of the 6 swords. So this was actually where the 6 swords came to be. It originally was just my father had a really cool sword that they had found from the Kobold Manor that I was like, it would be cool if he had a sentient sword that told him to kill people. Because that it would be fun to see my dad fight that. Because I know my dad's not going to just be like, I kill people because the sword told me to. So, you know, that's where it started. And then when we got into this fight and I was describing Kelson using his weapon that I had made for him, I was like, yo, what if? And then Ma Midwest rolled a nat 20 investigation of the warehouse after everything was done. In that moment, I came up with the mural with the rest of the swords and the rest of the plot.
Wow. I didn't realize that.
That's unique.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Because I had zero idea what we were doing in terms of like main plot. I genuinely thought what ended up being kind of the core storyline of Six Sword, I legit thought was only going to be the first half. Legitimately, I was like, this is only the first half of the story. It's only going to be the first half of the tale. It'll have its own little arc with villains. Like, I literally thought that this tale was just going to be like the city of Lukiel and dealing with them. I did not know that we were going to travel all out and do what we did. But then the mural happened, and I was like, all right, now I have to sit down and design 4 more swords, give them all personalities, give them all origins, and like why they're swords, and all that other stuff. In that time, Evodia was causing shenanigans. He blew their cover, and then Morthos sacrificed himself so that everyone could like maintain cover, but that's not what happened because the party was stubborn, and they were like, no, we're still gonna try and save him, making the death of Morthos even worse than what it was gonna be.
Oh man.
And then when the magic shenanigans happened in the first cycle Winterhaven Othmere arc, this is also where we got a new player, Korn. This is where Malice showed up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So magic shenanigans, I kind of described that earlier, where Evodia made a deal with Janine for magic stuff to like fix everything, bring Morthos back, make sure people didn't remember, all that other stuff. And then he made the brilliant decision of making a deal with the deity and then not bowing to that deity after making that deal.
Uh-oh.
So, needless to say, as a kind of like narrative reason as to why that character wasn't around anymore, that deity put him in a pocket dimension and restored everyone's memories so everyone could, you know the plot of the story. It did not end well for Morthos. Morthos, getting the memories of dying after telling everyone, hey, don't bring me back. He went off and exploded a portion of the forest in his anger, just to kind of like get that out. In doing so, he met...
Malice.
Yeah, that's right. He did.
Nothing attracts somebody like a big explosion.
No, nothing attracts someone like a big explosion, he says.
Yeah, like a fiery explosion.
Fiery explosion. That's right. That's right. Oh my goodness. No, are there any plot points from the first cycle? Because you've been involved in more than one cycle, Corn. So, is there...
I've been 2 now, I think? 3, including source code?
Yeah, 3 including source code. Because 5th, first,
5th, and prequel.
And the prequel, yeah. So, yep. Is there anything that sticks out in your mind when you think back to the first arc Malice was part of?
Oh gosh, there's just so much going on. It was like putting out one fire only to rush over to another fire in order for the first fire to crop back up. There was a lot of movement. Plot-wise, though, it kind of slowed down after we got to, what was it, Winter Haven?
Yep.
Yeah, it slowed down a little bit, and so we were able to, we investigated the crypt?
Yes, so there was a crypt / old ruin of a castle in the northern reaches, a little north of Winterhaven / Othmere, right? And that's where you guys met Tink Tink, the giant who liked to work.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That's where Reyes was introduced. The first goblin that you guys attached to died. Splug.
Yep.
Splug.
Yeah, you found Splug in the prison cells of the crypt because the other goblins were like, he eats too much. And you all let him out, and so he helped you all like sneak into the King Goblin's room and all this other stuff, and
yeah.
And then the party had a great idea to send Splug into like the deeper reaches of the crypt to like scout a little bit, and he didn't come back. He was eaten by one of the jellies. I think it was a yellow ochre.
I think so, yeah.
Oh man.
And so Splug did not make it out of that dungeon, even though he was full set up to be the party's Make-A-Wish goblin.
Oh.
That was also the time when you hated Sentinel?
That is the time that I also hated Sentinel. I did. I hated Sentinel with a passion. I thought it was such stupid. I was like, this is so dumb. This mechanic is so dumb. Like, what do you mean my enemies can't move? Like, so we did that for a good while. There was something about a spy in town that you guys didn't deal with. And
Yeah.
so while in the crypt, the spy opened a portal to the like Shadowfell in the graveyard, letting out like ghouls and zombies and stuff, right? Which started a zombie outbreak in Winter Haven, which Morthos contacted you all, said get back here as soon as possible. You guys like dead sprinted all the way back to the town, just in time to see the like mayor shutting the gates behind him and his like little posse, trying to like keep everybody like in the town and like let them suffer whatever fate was going to happen while they got away. Snickle Fritz didn't take kindly to that because this was his hometown and his backstory, so he just kind of like bust through the wall of the town and went to go help people. Morthos did not let the mayor escape.
Yeah.
He did Morthos telekinesis, which in my opinion, telekinesis in the D&D handbook and stuff is very weak, and I'm like, no. Telekinesis, if I cast telekinesis, I cast telekinesis, like true telekinesis. Again, homebrew. It's homebrew world. So Morthos unzips the mayor's skeleton out of him, just to kind of be like, no, you don't get a getaway. And again, this is like Morthos in kind of like the darker path of having been killed and brought back. Yeah, Dark Morthos. Yeah. Telling the party to go like seal up the portal that happened in Winter Haven. Morthos was like, I'll take care of the outbreak. In doing so, he burned a third of Winter Haven to the ground. Jen nearly died in the graveyard.
Yeah. I remember that.
Scroll of Revivify was used on her. To bring her back so she didn't die. Kit almost got sucked into the portal trying to get his force axe back.
Yep. Was that when I lassoed him?
I think that's when you lassoed Kit out of there. Yeah.
Little Jen.
Little tiny Jen, human rogue with a little rope throwing around a Goliath Ranger.
Even though I almost died, at least I rolled good for that one.
Yes.
They all sling the devil nip on each other.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
And yeah.
Well,
Corn, do you wanna say why Malice left?
Before Malice left, Malice, seeing that Morthos killed the mayor and burned down a third of the town, wanted Morthos to apologize. Morthos was very stubborn.
Morthos felt like he did nothing wrong, and therefore did not need to apologize.
And so Malice cursed Morthos to help the village.
Yes. Got cursed into helping. There were two curses because you rolled a nat 20 on it.
Mm-hmm.
There were two parts to the curse. The curse was you will help the people of this town and you will do them no harm.
Yep. Until you apologize.
Until the apology happened, yeah.
And then the apology never came. However, another individual showed up after, I think it was after we completed the the whole ruins, dungeon, the whole thing.
Yes.
Broke Morthos out of the curse.
Yep.
Malice at that time was very big. We're going to redeem people.
Yes.
And that led to Morthos genociding the remaining hobgoblins from the dungeon.
Yep.
Which then led Malice and Morthos into a fight.
Yep. Yep.
And then Malice died a few times.
Yes.
Before, I think it was Kit told Malice what had happened. And then Malice just grabbed what was remaining of his gear and left.
Yeah. Malice was no longer comfortable being around people who so readily killed him once.
Yes.
So,
he went off into yonder places for future campaign reasons.
Yes, he went off to stuff that was gonna come more fruition in the second half of the story.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then that led to
we had
that
our
led to Nag.
life cleric, Morn, which was the person who got Morthos out of the curse. Yep. In the photo on the screen, you can see Kit, the player for Morn, the player for Snicklefritz, you can also see my niece at her very first D&D session. She has no idea what's going on, but she is there. The next arc where Nag showed up is Thunderspire. And in this photo, we can see a younger me, Kit Nightblade, a Reyes, and a Corn.
Yep.
This was in the old apartment. It was the very first apartment that I moved into with the player for Reyes. Old college buddy of mine. So we moved in together and started hosting the games there. Yeah. Here's where the dragon Volshvagal attempted to scare Jen by pretending to strangle her in the middle of the night while not actually being physically there to do so. And then when the whole party was like, you ain't no big deal, to like this projection of a dragon's personality, the dragon was like, okay, bet, I'm on my way. Nag immediately was like, we need to run, we need to go, we need to not be here. Everyone else hid in the mud.
Yeah.
And then the life cleric proceeded to 1v1 this adult acid dragon. Did I mention I don't like life clerics?
Yep, don't like life clerics, don't like Sentinel.
Yeah.
I forgot on the first little block, or the previous block.
Yes.
The thing that really made you hate Sentinel was whenever the Revenant came.
Oh my gosh, yes. When Kelson's Revenant form came and was trying to steal Theo's sword.
Oh yeah.
and then Malice had Sentinel, and it would not let the Revenant run. Oh, that
killed
made
the
me so
Revenant,
mad.
too.
I was like, what are we doing?
Yeah, didn't we kill that Revenant and we took like its like a part of it, like its shard or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You made sure that that Revenant couldn't come back into that physical form. So it had to like take over the bodies of other people and stuff.
I remember that was funny because
Yeah, that Revenant came back a few times, and each time you guys made him a joke.
Yeah, but that specific one, like we fought him for like I want to say it was like 5 or 6 rounds of combat, and each time he's trying to just run away, and Mouse is like, no.
Yeah, each time in that encounter, I literally had designed that specific encounter to be like, he's testing you guys with like this initial assassin group he sends at you. You guys defeated them. Cool. You think the fight's over. He rushes in, steals the sword, leaves. That's what my plan was, you know? And sure enough, no, Malice is just like, you're not going anywhere.
Just 4 rounds. You ain't going nowhere.
Yeah. I got you for 30 seconds. 30 seconds of playtime. Yeah. And then like Kit also used his force axes to restrain him. It was a whole thing.
Yeah.
It was a whole thing.
It was a bold weekend, is what that was.
Yes. And then the party defeated the dragon Volshvagal by surviving to the point where it was upset and just like, I'm tired of this, and leaves. The rest of that started in Thunderspire proper, where they first went underground. This is where people looking for Malice found the group, and the group was like, he's no longer with us, and so they were like, oh, okay, we'll go find him. Those people eventually became monstrosities later, and there's a whole thing.
They're the monsters we made along the way.
Yeah, yes, they're the monsters we made along the way. That's right. The next thing that really sticks out in my mind to happening was the retrieval of the Wind Sword at the base of Thunderspire, like underneath in the tunnels where Nag and the other ne'er-do-wells hired to guard there, you know, just made sure the slaves worked. And Jen had a little grudge against Nag after discovering a certain someone close to her backstory was one of these enslaved individuals who actually found the Wind Sword and sadly had been taken over by it. Unbeknownst to the party, of course, until they killed the wielder of the Wind Sword. Yeah, that was when Reyes teleported everyone, including the boss, back to Winterhaven. And the boss, when he was in Winterhaven, the first action he took was to run to the graveyard where Jen had first died. Yeah. And that's where you guys fought him. That's where the helmet flew off, and it was revealed to be Jen's ex-fiance from her backstory. And then, like, he had a whole death scene. He cast Modify Memories so Jen wouldn't be burdened with the fact that she killed her fiance. All this stuff. It was a real sad moment. Then they retrieved that sword. Hansel, if I'm not mistaken, switched swords at the top of Thunderspire with you, Korn, correct? Because you had the Earth Sword for the longest.
Yeah, I think Nag had the Earth Sword.
Yeah. Nag had the Earth Sword. Stone's Cascade, or Cass, is what he called him.
Yep.
And then Hansel, the guy who killed Morthos in the first arc, wielder of the lightning blade, was like, your blade is more suited for me, and like traded swords. And that was a whole thing. It was, I'm trying to remember whether it was the first time you guys got teleported back with the Wind Sword boss. Was that when Kara showed up?
I think so.
Yeah. Kara being a NPC the party had helped in the first arc, and someone they trusted.
Yeah, didn't I buy her shoes?
Yeah. Yep. Because she arrived barefoot in the village. Yep. And you guys bought her shoes, put her up in the same tower as Morthos, and not knowing that that was a polymorphed simulacrum of the Evil Queen. And so the Evil Queen kidnapped Morthos and replaced him. And then, like, it was like the tail end of Thunderspire into Mithrandane that you guys discovered Morthos was kidnapped.
Yep.
And that was a whole encounter in Winterhaven, was when the queen was revealed and all that. But yeah. Whew. Mithrandane / Ty Vivendi. This was the Elven capital, north, way north. Gweeb and Kagan the Black Knife are first introduced here. And Gweeb started out as a silly little goblin bartender. That is all I made him to be. That is all he was ever supposed to be. He's literally a silly little goblin boy working a bar of seedy individuals for a dark elf boss. Man, that's all he is. That's all he was supposed to be. That's all he ever was. But the party goes, no, there's something more to this guy. There has to be more to this guy. He has to have some magic or something, because, like, the people are behaving strangely in the room, you know? It can't be a room full of trained assassins who are coordinated and all together and on a thing. No, it couldn't be that. It had to be a magic goblin boy. So they poked and prodded enough, and I was like, fine, yes, Gweeb is a magic goblin boy, yes. In fact, he's the most magic goblin boy. He's the deity of the goblins. Ooh.
Yeah.
So Gweeb very much became a creature out of my own control. Very much an NPC that took on his own life. And so that is acceptable to Gweeb.
Moral of the story: don't name goblins.
Yeah, don't name goblins. Yeah, yeah, Korn is right. Moral of the story: don't name any goblin characters, because the party will fall in love and kill them, or do something. This was also where the prince of Mithrandain was taken over by the helm of Duke Kilhar, an individual we have yet to find his origins about, so maybe Season 2, Season 3 of Source Code. Who knows when we'll get into the Duke Kilhar stuff, as to how this evil individual became so powerful enough to create artifacts that house pieces of him, you know. The prince was corrupted, became a vessel for him, and a new king of Mithrandain was crowned once a sigil stone was procured. A certain gunslinging, toting elf man.
That's you, Theo.
Yeah. I don't exactly know how much Theo dealt with the Kingdom of Elves, to be honest. It was more like, oh, come with me, army. We're gonna go do stuff now. So,
refresh Dad's memory a little bit.
Okay, so there was a sigil stone that you all were asked to retrieve for Kagan. Kagan the Black Knife was like, in order for me to trust you, you guys need to do something for me, and then I'll sneak you guys into the Citadel, right? That was like the initial mission premise. Me as the DM, I had placed the sigil stone in the room, and I was like, whoever first grabs it will be crowned royalty, right? It doesn't matter what race, it doesn't matter what, is whoever grabs it first. Theo grabbed it first.
Yep.
And so I was like, well, that just makes sense, because his backstory was he went fishing with his dad elf, and the dad elf got dragged under and eaten by the fish. So he left with lived with his grandpa.
Yeah.
And so well, why is the dad so important? Well, the dad used to be royalty, is where I tied it together after that, and so it just made sense for Theo to be like the long lost true son of the royal blood, as the royalty shifted to like the second brother, aka Theo's uncle. So yeah, whole bunch of like political intrigue and stuff in Ty Vivendi / Mithrandain, culminating in Theo being crowned king of the elves. This was also the like third and final encounter with the Revenant.
I vaguely remember some of that.
Yeah, because it was like the Revenant was using guns to try and like mimic Theo.
Yeah.
And the prince was like full Duke Kilhar mode in the armor and stuff.
Yeah, it seemed like we went somewhere and we overtook, and then we doubled back through the woods, and then it seemed like Theo gave some command to do something, and then what did that sucker do? Theo just went up on the hillside, underneath the tree, and then did his seal thing and went to sleep watching them.
Yep.
It seems like I remember that. But, yeah. Not much of that, but yeah, I remember a few commands and stuff. It seemed like we was crossing a river as well, of battles and trying to leave. Yeah, yes, yeah. But Theo went to sleep.
A lot. Yes.
A lot. Even then, when he was commanding them, he still sought him a place to go to sleep.
Yes. Yes, he did. The drowsy king, some would call him.
Yes. Yes. Very much so. Don't wake him up.
The king of easy slumber.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
This is where they took the Elven army back to the capital of Lukil. They felt like they had enough allies. Nag destroyed Queen Alande's broadcast device that she was making to charm people by climbing up a tower and placing a bomb that you all had made.
Yeah.
Yes.
The final fight with Alande, where she tried to make you all kill Thuriel. There's a whole lot of stuff that happened in that, and then you all were tasked with returning the swords. And Nag, you wanna kind of explain your character's thought process as to what he felt about almost dying, saving the world?
Yeah, because I don't remember who we ended up fighting. We ended up fighting some sort of demon dude, and that was like,
oh my goodness, Icy Pants raiding with 8 people. Oh my gosh, an icy raid, ladies and gentlemen. You all are phenomenal. You didn't have to raid, but you did. Currently with me, we have Corn's Demon, one of our cast members, but also from phone, we have Ma and Pa Midwest, and we're all kind of reminiscing about our first tabletop RPG experience together 10 years ago. You are hopping in towards the middle to end of the discussion of the first cycle. So just so everyone is aware who raided in with Icy, thank you guys so much for the Icy raid. What a blessing it is to have you here. I hope you will be just as blessed. But yeah, it's 10 years that we've been doing stories in this setting, that homebrew setting that I've made up. So yeah. But yeah, Nag, you were saying.
I don't remember what the demon was that we fought. But there was some,
it was like the cast aside demonic influence of Evodia.
Okay. Yeah. But the entire time Neg was saying how he is not a hero at all. And so when the demon did his thing to kind of suck everybody into the portal to get everybody killed, Nag just was like, okay, I guess I will take this on. And then the group was able to pull Nag out of the fire as he was about to give his heroic sacrifice.
Yep.
And then that's when Nag stormed off and was like, nope, I'm done. I'm out. I'm not a hero. You guys forced me into a role I don't like.
Yeah. It was a really cool moment to have this like character who throughout the entirety of his journey was like, I'm no hero, I'm the mercenary, I'm for money, I'm for living, like turn around and be the like, well, I guess this is it, and then to like be dragged away from that. Oh yeah, just the vitriol of like, how dare you force me into this, guys? How dare you force me into being the like hero I didn't want to be? It was a beautiful moment, and it was great send off for the character too.
Uh-huh.
And of course Jen, very angry, was like, I'm gonna take care of that later.
Remembered.
Yes. Now here's where it kind of got weird, ladies and gentlemen, because you know what we covered just then, from the first arc to returning to Luke Hill and placing the swords, essentially became the like core storyline for the Six Sword Saga, right? I truly thought it was going to be like a first half, a first arc, a first storyline within the world. It became kind of like the core narrative that all the other ages were also based on, because again, this is a setting that is in the future, and all the fantasy stuff takes place inside a simulation, right? So we had the super fast-tracked ending in the first cycle, in which the kind of plot threads brought from Malice's character, this like thought of undying lands, people who couldn't stay dead, and all this other stuff, really heavily influenced by lore from Dark Souls, Elden Ring, stuff like that. Of course, Elden Ring hadn't come out yet. I was like, this is great, this is perfect, this is wonderful. And then, you know, it got to a point where we're meeting once a month, we're doing 9-hour sessions, but people are starting to grow apart and move away. So we are gonna have to fast track this. We're gonna have to get through the storyline as fast as possible. And I truly felt like we ended up rushing through a huge portion of like the back half of the narrative and stuff of what I had initially planned to be the like culmination of the journey of the people who wielded the swords, right? In my opinion, the theme I wanted to instill, right, was this thought of you're gaining a lot of power, but you'll have to give it up, right? Like, growing closer to the swords of power gives you more power. The magic items that I homebrew for the world, a lot of the time, will have charges that if you use the item continuously, the item gets stronger, right? So there was a lot of things I wanted to do with that, and to like really show this back half being like, you guys have given up a lot of your power, so you guys are fighting stuff that's just as tough, if not harder, than the stuff that you guys fought when you had all the power, right? So I wanted to do this kind of like juxtaposition of like, here's the DM showering you with like amazing gifts and amazing powerful items. The DM now takes that away. Right? And that's not what happened at all. Because again, we had to fast track what was at that time 4 years of meeting once a month, and doing 9-hour sessions. like it got to the point where Malice used a lot of his late game paladin abilities to just kind of take over monstrous enemies.
Often known as former allies.
Often known as former allies, yes. The photo above is one of the kind of crazier interactions that we had in those arcs. As you can see, some of these figures are from like the Dark Souls board game, and so using them as like the visual aids for certain monsters and stuff, it helped really well. And then as you can see, it seems like there's a lot of stuff ganging up on the like draconic thing here, right? The like gaping dragon, if you've played Dark Souls. In reality, everyone's trying to kill the thing that's in the maw. And all of these things are allies. Every single one of these creatures is an ally trying to kill the like figure that's in the maw right now. Cause yeah, deletion code, all this other good stuff. When we got to the end of the story, the end of the campaign, I'm gonna start with Ma and Pa Midwest. Is there anything that you guys distinctly remember from the finale, other than just like all the loving photos we took with everyone, all the fun we had together? Is there any like narrative things that stick out that were like, oh my gosh, I'll never forget that this was where so and so ended?
We're here, we're thinking. Yeah.
No, you're good.
You know, that as far as in us participating in it, it was a sad moment for that to cease at that point in time. Food was great, and like you say, the photographs we still run across. They still run across my all my deal on my phone. You know.
Yeah.
You know, I think it was yesterday. The picture of the U-Haul with you all standing there, you know, run across my phone. And, you know, my memory slopped, and it does every day. So,
yeah,
you know, I really enjoyed it, and there was just a lot of time. It didn't seem like it was that long, you know. You speak of it as 10 years from, you know, and I remember setting up in here, you know, and in our living room and so forth, and then all the way down, you know, to that last location we was at.
Yeah, the house, you know, where it was like 5 guys living together.
Yeah, it was you know, a lot of time passed, and some very good story, and some like, oh man, I don't want my character to die, you know, and then just getting by the skin of our teeth. And there's some of us, our characters did die, you know, and we have to rejuvenate another character. So, you know, it was very enjoyable, and friendships were made that will last forever. Now, whether we run across them again or while we're still on this walking this earth, you know, who knows? But yeah, a lot of good times. I remember some of them dressing up the full character was just awesome. You know,
We got that photo. There we go, with Kit in his full armor right above us.
Yeah, yes, that was one that was going into my mind there, and not the last house, but the previous house too, you know, and yeah, so yeah, it was good. It was a good time. Enjoyable, and would actually keep you away from that two-dimensional tube that always runs in the background of almost every household, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Food great, fellowship better. You know?
Food great, fellowship better. Yep. Yeah.
Well, were you wanting, when you asked the question, were you wanting us to also talk about what was happening that last day in the game?
I mean, it's whatever memories are like sticking out to you. I'm not trying to tell you exactly what to remember or what, you know. Right. We're sitting here legitimately 6 years from the last session that you guys sat around the table and played. You know?
And old people memories aren't that great. But I do remember I used to watch Naruto with you some.
Yeah.
and I got to do a Naruto move at the end when we were fighting a big bad person who died.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was fun, and I think it surprised the guys when I did it, because I don't know, did they know I knew about Naruto?
Yeah.
or anything.
Yeah.
But along with what Dad's saying, those memories are precious to me of the time, because a lot of times your children do not want you into a lot of their lives, and I felt like very blessed and all to be part of you of it with your friends and all of the other people that were involved. Felt like family and still feels like family to me. And I feel very blessed to have met everybody that we got to meet and to have that time with everyone and all. And I love looking at the picture where y'all are around us and y'all are way taller than us.
Pretty sure I got that here somewhere. I'm pretty sure I got that here somewhere in the slide. I in fact do not do not have it in the slide.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, you know what? We're gonna pull it up is what we're gonna do. Because I've got it. I've got the photo.
Yes. So I just appreciate being included. I loved every minute of it, and playing the game with everybody, and
boom.
And I've enjoyed this time with you guys, reminiscing.
Yeah.
Didn't hardly want it to end, you know.
No, it was very sad. Not only was the game in that part of the game ending, it was people moving away and things like that. So yeah, that was a big part of our lives, and we truly enjoyed it and felt blessed by being able to be around you all and get to know everybody more.
All right.
That's fair.
Well, yeah. It was a huge blessing to have you guys even take an interest in it, to the point where you guys stuck with it as long as you did. You know, there were you know, definitely some times of frustration in the moment of like, oh, come on, I just described whatever scene I'm wanting you to experience, Theo. Why are you asleep? You know, like, there were some of that, but I look back on that, you know, like in the moment I might have been frustrated or upset or whatever. But I look back on those moments of you being asleep and stuff, and I just go, yeah, that's Theo. You know, and it was great. It was a great time. I had a blessing just being able to somewhat capture the fun we used to have playing board games when I was growing up. So
Yeah.
that was
And you weren't frustrated at Jen for never using the wind sword either.
Oh, of course not. No, I didn't give the most powerful weapons and artifacts to my mother for the simple fact and reason that she didn't use them. So, like, the most powerful broken things I ever made in the world, stuff that would give a person a wish spell, stuff that would, like, full transform reality as they knew it.
I did use the wish spell at the end.
Yeah. That's right. That is right. Yeah.
We got somebody to be on our side for a little while.
That's right. That is true. That is true. There was a talk at some point of using the wish spell to bring the creator of that reality to your party. And I distinctly remember looking at all of you and being like, are you wanting 20-something-year-old fat Daniel to show up? Like, what are we doing here? You know, like,
what about the run where I was told you I wanted to wish that it would start all over from the beginning?
oh yeah, that would have been so crazy. I wish this all would just start over. Man, like, if that wish had actually gone through, like, I had no idea what I would have done, because I would have been like, how am I gonna do this series again the same? Like, how? And I guess that technically kind of served as inspiration for, like, the second cycle and the third and so on, as, like, those same, like, story beats, those same elements, right? They happened. Each of the characters, each of the new players within these worlds and cycles, they attempted, you know? They attempted kind of the same journey. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, what's next? Ladies and gentlemen, what's next?
Well, you also forgot your favorite, your most hated favorite character.
Oh, my most hated favorite character, which was
Krokgar.
Oh. You know, I had completely forgot for the entirety of today. The entirety of today. I have not once mentioned Krokgar.
Oh my goodness. The crocodile.
That man was in the final battle.
Yeah.
Oh, I loved to hate Krokgar.
Especially at the very end when, you know, he died, but he lived.
He died, but he lived. But he died, but he lived.
You died, but I lived.
But you died. but I live.
That was the funniest, most like infuriating thing. When my character dies, he comes back with 1 hit point. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, no, he does not. Not in this instant. I'm sorry. It was like, we're doing some narrative stuff, and I'm sorry, your character dies.
Was that one when they were on the airship?
Oh my goodness, the airship battle was just when you guys even first entered into the Undying Lands.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that encounter was crazy.
When Krokgar on the ship?
He was. Krokgar was on the ship. Krokgar and Thigthor made a lot of good food on the ship.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, everybody remember Thigthor. Good soup.
Good soup.
Yeah.
Served with good bowls.
Yes, only the highest quality of soup bowls were used.
Yes.
Provided by Krokgar, the skulls of his enemies.
And there's no better way to get to your friends' hearts than through their stomachs, which is why Krokgar stared at them while they made sure to eat their soup.
Yes. Yes. You must eat. You must be nourished. Oh my goodness. All right. And since then, Ma and Pa Midwest have made appearances every once in a while, every once in a blue moon. But it is definitely not them showing up every session and playing in the world. And that is A-okay. They have been there and back again. It is okay. Trying to think what else to like bring up before calling the phone conversation.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember anything too. Like.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you guys are like sticking out in your minds of like, oh my gosh, this was like one of my favorite moments?
Well, I kind of like who my real father turned out to be.
Yes. Yep. Because we did a lot of like tying in her backstory with like some books that she really loved to read about like kind of a D&D-esque world. So it was fun to give that to you.
Yes, it was. I thought that was nice of you. Enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So, other than that, I'm not thinking of any other thing that happened that was. I just enjoyed it and appreciate you letting us be involved in it. And all. And so you have a wonderful birthday.
Well, thank you.
Happy birthday, and
Well, it's kind of your guys' fault.
Hey, I don't think it's a fault. I think it's a wonderful blessing.
Yeah.
So, anyway, well, you have a wonderful day, and we'll see you possibly tomorrow.
Yes, you will see me tomorrow.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, Mom and Pa Midwest. Say bye, Mom and Pa Midwest, everyone. Bye, Mom and Pa.
Bye.
Oh my goodness. Well, is there anything that you are sticking out in your memory of like, oh my gosh, this is something that he didn't bring up that we need to?
I mean, not really, because the last chunk was super rushed.
Yes.
So that was the unfortunate thing.
Yeah. Yep. All of the like last encounters, all of the like build up bosses that I had built the lore up to in the background, like all of that. We just had to like throw most of that out the window and just be like, these people are here now, fight! You know, but the main takeaway about this setting, all right, and ladies and gentlemen, you got about a minute and 40 seconds before an ad starts. I'm so sorry. I've been snoozing them as much as I can. I'm out of snoozes now. Trying to think, what was... Guys, there's 10 years of lore in my brain. There's 5 different iterations of the same story in my brain, each with different characters, each with their own personal vendetta bosses, each with their own whatever. And like, you know, why is that the case? Well, because it's all being run in a simulation simultaneously, and the convergence and all that other good stuff that was mentioned in the previous talks about it. Yes. Is there anything from like 5th cycle that you're like, oh, this was super important?
I do think that the 5th cycle is interesting with the aspects that haven't been revealed yet.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, that whenever that reveal happens, I think that's going to be a big old shocker.
Yeah. Yes. I agree too. I think it's scary to me personally how the path humanity is on, right? It leans to me feeling like the stuff that I've written about in Sixth Sword could happen.
Right.
Because, like, with how crazy humanity is getting, what's to stop them from trying to kidnap an angel?
Yeah.
Like, we're getting to that point. We're getting to that point. Artificial intelligence. We're getting to that point with science experiments. It's getting crazy. So, yeah. There's a lot of like behind the scenes lore when it comes to this stuff. But what's next in terms of the actual source code season 2, what we're going to be doing here in the future? Well, ba-bang, we have official art thanks to all of you. Every single one of you who supported, who donated, who shared the love of Midwest Dungeon Delvers and source code and Sixth Sword Saga and D&D and everything. You all supported us. No more of this AI art. Sorry, Corn, that you're still in your AI form. But your character has not been created as of yet. The artist is still working on that.
Which I kind of feel a little bit bad because I made probably the ugliest door.
No. I think it's beautiful. I think it's gonna be great. As you can see, we have Crier Bell from season 1 of Source Code with his resonance crystal embedded in his chest. And we also have good old Bramblefoot here in his graphical updated form. I don't have like Six Sword Saga Season 2 intro made because, again, we don't have the art for the other 2 characters that are involved. We did announce our other cast member as Kitty Pants. So, again, much love to the Kitty Pants. Thank you so much for stepping into Midwest Dungeon Delvers Six Sword Saga and all of that. So a big welcome to you when you watch this, Kitty Pants. So much love from the Delvers. Thank you for joining. And that is the timeline. That's what we've been doing for the past 10 years. Yeah.
A big question.
Ooh, you got a big question. Okay.
Yep, I have a big question.
All right.
So, are we doing a session today?
No.
Okay. I wasn't sure because I've seen on the Discord, and I was like, are we doing it today, or is this we're still waiting to see when everybody's schedules lining up?
I think we're still waiting for everyone's schedule to line up this month.
Okay.
We are yeah, today was more like we're just reminiscing, we're celebrating 10 years. It's the birthday stream, so I played a little bit of Crimson Desert. I'll probably hop back into that here in a bit.
I just wanted to verify the way the Discord thing, like the way it looked on Discord, was today was going to be a session. I was like, I'm we're doing ours, or if we're doing mine, or if we're doing yours. And so I was like, it's okay. That was a failure on my reading comprehension.
Okay. Let me look through on that announcement again.
Yeah, because I think it was on the thing.
Okay. Next Saturday, the 4th of April, is 10-year anniversary. Streaming all day with guests free to pop in and out, discussing the setting and impact on each other's lives. Stop by.
I wasn't sure if that was going to be a like where you're running the session and people are just popping in and out, or like
almost like a West March.
Yeah,
but
that's kind of what I was thinking. Was like if it was going to be something where like it was going to be a loose run today, and like we're all reminiscing and talking about the good old days.
Yeah. No, that would be cool. I hadn't thought of that. Maybe for the 15-year anniversary, everyone can like be in character and like we have like a recap episode where people are reminiscing about stuff.
That would be kind of cool.
That would be kind of cool.
Yeah, like a screen West March campaign thing.
Yeah.
Or you could do like the sci-fi thing where everybody's playing like as military units during a conflict.
Yeah.
Especially like after season 5 of the thing goes to the next stage of the campaign.
Oh yes, when you guys finally break out of the fantasy and go into the sci-fi.
Yeah, that'd be a good time to have like a maybe not like a you have your main campaign setting, but then you also have like the West March in the background where it's all these different like human military units doing conflicts against the the new
Yes.
apocalypse.
You know? Yeah. That's not the worst idea for it.
It is definitely a idea.
It is an idea. Yes. I do appreciate that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all in terms of what I've got for Six Sword stuff. Like I said, you know, big reveal of like, hey, we have official art made now that's not AI. Thanks all you for your support in that. So it's huge. It's huge. It's, to me, it's amazing to actually like look over and I see Crier Bell with what is essentially the proto life gem.
That is actually really cool. So what's going on with Bramblefoot's chest?
Oh, you mean the amulet?
Oh, that's an amulet? Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure. I thought it was, but at the same time, I'm like, that looks eerily similar.
It does. It does. Different artists, by the way, as well, which is cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, these were made by separate artists. And I really enjoy the one artist doing the Kenku and that feeling very like alien and separate, and then like everyone else who is like humanoid will have the same artist, right? So it's like Crier Bell's gonna feel really alien, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's a cool little motif. Something that I've been thinking about, and especially since receiving this art for Bramblefoot, maybe the queen likes that amulet a little too much, yeah? She gotta get a nice pretty red amulet around her neck somehow, yeah?
I do like that.
You know, I hadn't really put two and two together until I received this art from Bramblefoot, and I was like, oh, wait a second. This person has an amulet. They put an amulet. They didn't I didn't tell them to put an amulet, but they put an amulet, and it's just gonna work out.
I like that.
Right? So that's a fun little thing for the player of Bramblefoot that he's probably unaware of. So that's good. Little plot surprises that we have for the rest of the party in the store. Yes. But as you can see, we have our first two characters done. We just need two more, and then we can start in the recording of Six Sword proper. I do have a quick question. Are we running War of Attrition this week, next week? Where are we doing that one?
I don't know. That is, I don't know anybody's schedule, so I don't know when we're running it.
Okay. Maybe Feeler in the Discord? Yeah. And then we'll see what happens, because tomorrow's Easter. I'm gonna want to spend it with fam, right?
Yep.
The next week, Saturday, we're going out to like birthday celebrate physically, right? Today's about hanging out with you guys and entertaining you all and having fun and then relaxing. So, and then the end of this month, the 25th through the 30th, I am hosting Fedorable Will.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's coming to visit. It's a
Okay.
wonderful little visit. Yes, indeed.
Well, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yes, it'll be a grand old time. I'm trying to think of what else. Oh, there's an executor in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and catch that with exclamation point, Pokecatch, if it is your prerogative. I'm trying to think. There's so much. Like, there's so much.
Yeah.
I'm very thankful for the past 10 years of telling tabletop RPG stories. I am thankful for the fact that it has grown to the point where we're able to commission artists to get official art made. And so it is truly thanks to all of you that you've shown interest in this world, in this setting, and a willingness to see it brought to life the way it is meant to be. So that means the world to me as a person who created this world as a way of not blowing my brains out 10 years ago. So again, thank all of you. Other than that, yeah, that's basically that. That's literally all I have in my brain right now. I don't think I can say any more. When it comes to Six Sword, I think I have said all I can.
It has been quite an adventure.
Yes. Oh my gosh. What a blessing. What a blessing. It's craziness, man. Absolute craziness. But, with that being said, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call the Six Sword timeline portion of it. We done did it. We done did it, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen the timeline. You've heard some of the stories from several people who were part of it all those years ago. And I was playing some Crimson Desert before everybody hopped in. So now I'm kind of at the point where I'm like, I don't know. I've also streamed for 4.5 hours already today, and even though like I would love to continue streaming, I am also feeling that like wall of entertainment energy is like I'm I'm in slow-mo about to slam my face into that wall, right? Of having no entertainment energy. I don't know why. I think I've drained myself over the past couple of weeks playing so much of Crimson Desert and trying to get today all set up, right? Yeah, I guess one of the things I'll say is this. I was pretty stressed about getting the Crier Bell stuff. Because, you know, the due date was today. And I didn't get the, like, final draft of Crier Bell until, like, 2 a.m.
Well, I mean, it arrived exactly on time.
Yes, it is not late, nor is it early. It arrived precisely when it was supposed to. Yeah. And so, man, truly, 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 thank all of you who rated in from Icy Pants VA this morning. It's a blessing that you would follow from such a high tier channel and a VTuber at that to like come over to like, hey, here's little ol' Midwest Dungeon Delvers live action person, right? So it means a lot to me personally, and I appreciate it more than you guys know. So yeah, thank you guys for taking the time out of your day to hang out with a nerdy loser like me. So thank you. And that's all I have to say about that.
Alright, Mitch is starting to get more active, so I'm gonna hop out.
All right. Yep. Tell her that there is nothing but love from the Delvers. I know that she probably won't understand just yet, but
oh no, she smiles. I got the phone up and she's looking at it when you said it, and she smiled.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Yeah. She took a little nap while we were reminiscing.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm looking to channels to raid. You know, why not? There's a guy, Jones116. He's playing Guacamelee. Guacamelee, everyone. So as much as I would love to continue streaming and stuff, I'm hitting the wall. And I'm gonna just go enjoy the rest of my birthday. Much love from the Delvers, everyone. And we will...
Happy birthday.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, thank you. And we will see you all in the next episode of Six Sword Saga, the next episode of War of Attrition, and the next time I play more Crimson Desert. So thank you all, and we'll see you in the next stream. Peace.
Bye. Okay. All right. Dad's gonna hop off. Don't worry.
Yeah.
You have a good day, Midwest.
You too, man.